All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another episode of The Market Close. It has been days since we last seen each other. Or rather, I should say it's been like 2 hours. But we're back. We got to close out the markets. We got a lot of stuff to talk about. It has been a pretty wild day up or down across the board. We'll have Sam joining us in about 25 minutes. And he'll be on and give us some thoughts and analysis on a bunch of different stocks, Rubrik being one of them. I know a lot of people care about that. And so we'll get his thoughts on the broader market. Robinhood, massive day, 150. We cracked through. Very, very exciting. It looks like it's trying to go at least for the 149 close, which would be nice to see. But we did crack 150.21, which is incredible. We have had a lot of movement to the downside on a bunch of different names, though. S&P was making new all-time highs at 672. That's basically flat on the day. Palantir, we got a lot to talk about on that. That's down 6%. At one point, it was down 10%. And we'll talk about what kind of happened there. NVIDIA gave up a lot of the gains. That one's down. SoFi, I have no idea what's going on with SoFi, but that's down 3.2%. Google's down a little bit. Amazon's down 1%. Meta's down 2%. Meta getting very close to the levels it was at a couple days ago when it bottomed at 710. And then Bitcoin got to $124,034. And then it fell all the way down to 122. Right now it's at 122.7. Honestly, at around 2 p.m., there was a massive red candle on Bitcoin. Like it was really weird. And that red candle not only took Bitcoin down, it took the equity markets down with it. Robinhood fell back to 146. Palantir started to get into that 170 range. And some of those names recovered since then. Palantir now back to 174, which is a little bit of recovery. But some of those names stayed flat. AMD right here lost 170. As you can see right there, at around 130-ish. AMD was at 172. Now it's back down to 164. So you got a bunch of different things that have happened throughout the markets. I could not find a single headline for why we had that bit of a decline. I mean, some people were saying Venezuela, we launched more attacks on the cartels. I don't think that was the reason for why the markets came down. I think it really was a whale in the crypto space liquidated a crap ton of Bitcoin, $500 before Bitcoin made a new all-time high. And that level of liquidity leaving the crypto markets potentially affected the equity markets. And so that could have been a reason why there was some pain. Yes, we'll talk about the Bezos comments. He called AI a pseudo bubble. So we'll discuss kind of what he didn't exactly say it, but we'll talk about what he said. Rock Lab right there. That's up at an all-time high. That one is not giving up any strength. I think when we last left, it was at 54. Now that's at 56. So that one's doing its thing. And then ASTS as well, 67.85, almost touched 70, just bottomed at, or just got below that at 68.80, but 67.85, great day. That's up 2.5. And then Nebius, I think Nebius got to 135. Nebius got to 132. It's at 128. Again, can't complain too much if you own any of these stocks, as so far it has been a pretty strong day. So we'll talk about a bunch of the different macro headlines we've got going on. But overall, another reason for why we have that sort of super big move up until 11 a.m. and then a bit of a decline near 1:30 p.m. Maybe it's just a Friday and you had some big moves. People probably want to sell into some of that strength, take some profits. You got options that are expiring today. By the way, the options market, absolutely wild. Here are the top 20 stocks that have been traded today. Tesla, unfortunately, lost the not only 450s, 440s, and 430s, but now it's at 428. That stock, 4.8 million contracts traded today. NVIDIA, 2.5 million. Palantir, 1.6. Opendoor, 1.3. Apple, iBit, Plug, which is kind of squeezing right now. Intel, Amazon, MicroStrategy, AMD, Marathon, Hood, Meta, SoFi, Snapchat, SoundHound, Rigetti, Micron hitting new all-time highs, and United Healthcare, which UNH also having a great day. So a lot of different stocks having a ton of different movement up or down. UNH lost 363 right here at 360, but it is a Friday. It is the last day of the week, and you could just have a ton of options, momentum leading some parts of the market. Okay, Palantir, let's talk about that real quick. So what is going on with Palantir? First of all, I bought the dip, 171.37. I bought 100 shares, $171.37. I'm not saying that's the cheapest price to pay for Palantir. Obviously, Palantir trades at an expensive valuation and an expensive multiple. However, I bought 4 weeks ago at 169. So there wasn't that much of a difference between 169 and 171. And also I just saw it down 9%. And I kind of just said, I'm going to buy it regardless of what's going on. But it was down 9% at one point. I think the actual bottom was like 170.9. Now, what happened? Again, in the morning, Reuters put out an article, and the headline of the article said, Anduril and Palantir battlefield communication system has deep flaws. We talked about that in the morning. You guys broke the news to me in the chat because I didn't even see that news. But nonetheless, that was the headline. And there is a lot of issues with that headline. Number one is that the Army CIO, Chief Information Officer, said the issues were mitigated immediately 3 weeks ago. So this is not a story. This is not real. Army officials told Breaking Defense, which is another defense blog, that in the 3 weeks plus since the document was written and subsequently circulated within the industry, the problems have been addressed. So first of all, it's like, okay, this is like not a story at all. Like this didn't need to be leaked because there was no issue. And if there was an issue, it was resolved, which again means, it starts begging the question, why did it even come out in the first place in terms of being a real story? And then I found this. This is a Department of the Army CIO memo. So the same chief information officer I was talking about, they put out a 5-page memo. This is public online. And take a look at one of the paragraphs of what they said. Centralizing data to Vantage is more than a technical upgrade. It is a cultural shift. We are building a data-driven army where leaders at every level can access timely, trusted information to make informed decisions. Vantage will empower our force with the analytical capabilities needed to meet the challenges of tomorrow. Now, you might be wondering, why does that paragraph matter? Well, the reason that paragraph matters is because there's a company that has a $619 million deal with Palantir called Vantage, and that, I shouldn't say company, that government agency is the Army. So when he's referencing Vantage, he's basically saying Palantir. For him to say Vantage is not only a technical upgrade, but an entire cultural shift of how the Army becomes more data-driven. That is talking about the operating system called Vantage, which is led via Palantir, which, by the way, this is $619 million. That was an extension from the contract they got back in 2021. They got this extension back in November of 2024. So the CIO of the Army is literally doubling. By the way, this memo came out on September 26th, so last week. The CIO is doubling down on their commitment to Vantage, but Reuters is coming out saying that Palantir is unsafe and that the software is being questioned in the Army. What do we do with all this information? My analysis at the end of putting all this together is, and I mean, this is take it or leave it. This is kind of my thoughts. I think there's a hedge fund that paid Reuters a lot of freaking money under the table to put out that article. I cannot imagine in good faith how, well, actually I can't imagine because it's freaking Reuters. What am I saying? But like, sometimes you don't hate the mainstream media enough. Like there is no reason to be putting out that article, causing all this fear and uncertainty around the nature of Palantir software. I mean, look, if you say a operating system that is on the battlefield for the United States of America is unsafe, that is a hell of a claim. And that can, we saw what happened to CrowdStrike back in August of 2024 when their software wasn't working and that stock got cut in half. So when you put claims like that out there from sources like Reuters that have a lot of distribution, I mean, people see that stuff seriously and they get scared. So this was a nothing burger. I'm surprised it became a something burger. And I kind of come to the conclusion some force out there made it a story. And whatever it is, it ended up creating a dip that I bought. So that's what you got on Palantir. I know it's a little bit annoying right here, but nonetheless, maybe there's some insider selling today that could be causing something. Like maybe that's another reason why we're seeing this type of drawdown. But if it was because of Reuters, then I just don't think that was that big of a deal. S&P 500 right there, 669.50. Got Google that's down a little bit on the day. SoFi still down. AMD down 3%. Tessie down 1%. Then Hoodie trying to close the day at 148.82. Quantum also great day. D-Wave right there, 33. That's new all-time highs. Quantum, Rigetti, D-Wave, and IONQ, all of those making all-time highs. Rigetti at 40, that's up 13.4%. Then IONQ, is that above 70? That's 73. That's up 5.29%. So you have that sector of the market continuing to do well. Circle right here down about 2.5. All of the crypto plays, including Coinbase and Circle, were really moving today. And then they got hit a little bit when Bitcoin came down, but Coinbase still up 2%, 379, which is not too bad. HIMS, I don't know what happened with HIMS. If someone has a headline, let me know. I have no clue. A lot of the healthcare names, as we talked about in the morning, got some momentum based on the talks of capitulation in the shutdown, leading to an extension of ACA subsidies, which is helping a bunch of these names today. UNH right there at 1%, Clover, Humana, Tempest, even Teladoc is running today, HCA, Molina Healthcare. But I'm not sure why HIMS was affected. There was a hit piece on HIMS. Okay, I did not see that. But if there was a hit piece on HIMS, then that might be creating a little bit of the pain as well. Oscar, how was that doing? Again, it's been kind of selective. See, Oscar right there, 12.5%. You had some names that went super up and then they took a little bit of a breather and maybe they're not ending at their sort of all-time highs. Oscar is literally at all-time highs right here, 21.69. So it's been one of those Fridays where some stocks get a lot of momentum, then they give it up, and then other stocks kind of hold on to it. And then some stocks just didn't catch on at all. Here's the heat map as we end out the day. Healthcare's green today, like really green, including pharmaceuticals. Financials were green. And big tech, didn't participate. Now, there are some people saying, hey, if big tech's red and all these other names like Iren or I don't know, Hood or Rocket Lab, ASTS, if these guys are running, then that's a sign of something bad, a sign of too much froth because big tech is down. Iren right there at 50. I would disagree a little bit. I would say that the stocks like Iren, Rocket Lab, Palantir, Hood, well, Palantir's down today, but Hood, they all have earnings momentum that's helping them get that, or they have some type of momentum. Iren, even if it's not earnings, it's more with GPU sales and things of that nature, that is leading them to expand their multiple. The Mag 7 have had a pretty good Q3. So to say that the Mag 7 aren't running and that everything else is running is just wrong. Like that's not, I mean, Tesla from 330, Apple from 195. So all these names have run. I see it a little bit as more of a broadening of this rally, particularly in two sectors. Number one is small caps, which is going to end up about 1% on the day, which is still pretty good. At one point, it was up 2.5%. That is good to see other parts of the market participate. One could, Iren's not a small cap anymore, but it was a small cap at one point, right? So that is participating in the rally. And then the other one is healthcare. So if you got healthcare getting some love and small caps getting some love, I think that's a little bit more of a broadening of the bull run, even if Mag 7 are taking a little bit of the breather. Also, we've got earnings coming up in 2 weeks. So look, if all these companies suck, if Hood sucks on their earnings, if Iren sucks on their earnings, if Rocket Lab sucks on these earnings, these stocks will fall so quick. It's like you won't even have a chance to buy the dip because these stocks will get demolished, which is healthy. In a bull market, if your stocks aren't putting up the right numbers, they should get hit. So to me, it's not really a sign of froth. It's more so a question of, hey, we've got 2 weeks until earnings. A lot of these companies have a lot of fundamental catalysts that have been helping the narrative on them along with their numbers. If they can either put up the numbers or not, the market's going to determine if these stocks deserve to run, including the Mag 7. But in about 2 weeks when we start earnings, we're going to see what happens from there. The founder of Hims House is stepping down. Really? Jonathan, that's my boy. He's stepping down. Okay, I don't think that can affect the stock, but dude, he was a great content creator for Hims. I mean, like he really was pivotal in helping build out that Hims community. So, okay, that is a bit weird. Is Tesla running into the close? Tesla, I mean, is that a little bit of a run? Hold on. From yeah, a little bit, 415 to 430. That is a run. 415 at 355 3 minutes ago. Whoa, $15 in 3 minutes? Huh, that is weird. I don't know if there's a headline right there. It's still going to end red on the day. Ghost order potentially. Yeah, that candle, right? That candle got it to 445. That might have been a ghost candle. But it did have a little bit more juice over the past couple minutes. That is a bit weird. Tesla right there, 429. At least it is holding up in the 420s and not getting hit as badly. I did not buy Next yet. Where's Next right here? 705. That's up 7% on the day. Again, looking at that one, but I do think Matt has a thesis there. And it could make some more sense to get allocated to it. SMCI, that one's flat, 51.95. Apple, that's also flat. S&P looks like we're going to get a red Friday. Red meaning flat, 0.03%, but not too bad. I'll take that. Grab trying to close above 615, which would not be bad. And then Hoodie, let's see if she can get the 148 close. We got 30 seconds until the market closes. We'll have Sam join us in about 15 minutes, and we'll get into all of his thoughts about the market as well as going deeper into Rubrik. But look, regardless of the day's price action, this week has been pretty incredible, given that we have a government shutdown and the market was able to, at least for now, ignore it. And yet a lot of names have a lot of strength going into the end of this week, which is not too bad to start off the last quarter of the year. All right, there you go. Thank you, everybody, for being here. It is Friday, 4 p.m. The stock market is now closed. All right, there you go. We're done for the week. We are done for the week. Hoodie closes above 148 for the first time in history. Got to a high of 150 today. The stock was 120 on Monday. Pretty life-changing week for a lot of people that are allocated in the stock, but absolutely incredible. 148.50 on Hoodie. Palantir ends down 7% of the day, 173.35. Tesla down about 1%, 430. NVIDIA 187. That's down about 1%, but NVIDIA did break all-time highs, which was very nice to see. S&P basically flat, 669.24. AMD down 3% from 170 to 164. SoFi, 25.25. That's down about 2%. Grab actually gets a 615 close. Not too bad. It was stuck at around 590 most of the week, so 615 on Grab, not too bad. Reddit right here up 3%. Amazon up 1%, or Amazon down 1%. Meta actually gets back to where it was 2 days ago. 710.18 on the day, closed at like 711, but basically at that same level if you bought the dip 2 days ago on Meta. Got all the way back to 730, now back to 711. Rocket Lab, all-time highs, 56.16 on the all-time highs for Rocket Lab. Absolutely incredible. I only own this name, quite frankly, because Matt was on the channel earlier for the market open and gave us his thoughts on the progress around the entire space industry. So that one doing incredibly well. And then AST, 67.80. That has to be an all-time high, right? Yeah. Wow. All-time high. The stock was $1 in May of 2024. I did not know that. Goodness gracious, dude. That's a 60x in less than a year. $1.40. Goodness, bro. Yeah, I mean, if you're on the ASTS train, Space Mob, you guys have done incredible. 67.96 right there on the day for ASTS. Archer, that one up 13%. Not sure why this one moved along with Joby, but I think they both had a pretty good week. Joby right there up about 2.7%. How about the cruise lines? Carnival Cruise, that one was down 1%. They did have a decent earnings last week. Nubank 15.32, DoorDash 2.71, Delta Airlines 57.28, Quantum, amazing week. D-Wave right there, 32.48, ending the week up 11% on the day. Red Cat got an upgrade to $17. This one helped it. That's up 10% on the day. And then Oscar, was that a 52-week high on Oscar? That was 22.78, closed at 21.54, but up another 11% for Oscar, which is not too bad. Ondas as well. Yeah, amazing day for that. Ondas right there, up 6.74%. Decent week, folks. A decent week. You don't get a week like that every time. Again, I said this in the morning, but if we get any resemblance of a pullback over the coming weeks, I think all of us should be theoretically prepared for it because it happens. And we know that we've been running really hot over the past couple of months. But I think there are going to be dip buyers waiting for if that pullback happens. The other big thing about what's happened this week is, and I think we saw that with the rise of NVIDIA, is more and more analysis on data centers continuing to scale. I mean, D.A. Davidson, they said this today about Nebius. We remain confident that Nebius is likely to sign another large-scale commitment like they got from Microsoft from a hyperscaler or frontier AI lab customer. While the exact details of the site will enable us to better understand how fast capacity could be stood up, we again would point towards the changed medium-term guidance, which can now likely support $10 billion of revenue on the original 1 gigawatt of capacity. And Nebius is not alone. Iran, CoreWeave, all these guys, as Jose talked about in the morning, there simply seems to be more demand, less supply. And that is the update for why these names are getting some momentum. So, how did BMNR close? 56, 57, 56.49. But I'll take it. This thing was 47 on Monday. So nice rebound to end out the week for Bitmine. Richard, thank you for the super chat. Thank you, Amit. Today I touched 1 million. Wow. I got a big jump after I learned options. This makes me thinking if I can get from 1 million from 200K. Richard, I appreciate it. Congratulations. I think we've seen this message in the chat like at least 5 times this week of people that hit 1 million. It's just, it's incredible. And whether it's, I mean, dude, the amount of people on Twitter as well. Someone, 2 people yesterday, someone tagged me in a post that they hit their first 100K and they're 20 years old. And then today, shout out to Josh Freeman. He tagged me in a post. He hit his first 100K at 22. So, I mean, the kids are getting into this early. And I can say the kids because I'm about to be 30 years old. So I can say the kids. But the kids are getting into this market early. They are hustling. They are learning about the nature of equities, why they matter, why it's important to compound your wealth. And they are allocating based on research on X, based on retail analysis, not what the suits are saying, which is leading to more and more excitement around the broader market. So very, very, very nice to see. You are not about to be 30. Dude, I'm about to be 28. That's basically 30. Yeah, I'm unk now. It's basically 30. All right, I know we did year-to-dates yesterday, but let's do it again today. We usually do it every Friday. I did it yesterday because yesterday was a big day, but let's end out with a year-to-date. And what do we got? Yesterday, I was at 183. Today, I'm at 185. So we're up a couple of percentage points. I don't think most, I mean, some people it might change, but most of us will be probably in the same spot. And it's not too bad to end out this week. Let me see if we have a couple of headlines right here. See if that's also important. Oh, wow. We got it. We got a piece of news. Hamas says it agrees to release all Israeli hostages, alive or dead, under the terms of President Trump's Gaza proposal, and signaled readiness to immediately enter mediated negotiations to discuss the details. That is actually a pretty big piece of news. Now, that does not mean they have officially signed any deal or that they have accepted the entirety of the plan. However, from multiple sources I'm seeing right now, Hamas has agreed to release all Israeli hostages. That is at least the first step of beginning any significant negotiating practice. This broke 2 minutes ago. 2 minutes ago. Is this the specific statement? I think that Hamas appreciates the Arab, Islamic, and international efforts, as well as the efforts of U.S. President Donald Trump, calling for stopping the war on the Gaza Strip, exchanging prisoners, immediate entry of aid, rejecting the occupation of the Strip, and rejecting the displacement of our Palestinian people from it. All right. So they are giving back the hostages. It looks like that is officially happening. Again, that is not a full commitment on the deal, but that is something that markets like stability geopolitically, and maybe we're getting closer to a bit more geopolitical stability. But again, we got to see. I will keep an eye on Truth and see if Trump confirms this. He has not tweeted yet about it. When he confirms, we will see. Mel's up 54%, Trucker Rob 82, Paul 154, David 124, Derek 39, Richard 124, David 110, very similar to yesterday. Krishna 111, Bach at 120, Kevin at 112. I mean, I'm seeing a lot of people in that above 50% range, which is absolutely incredible. A lot of people heavy in Rocket Lab. I mean, that helped today. Sanraj up 78, Sammy up 80, Roadrunner up 34. Not bad. Not bad at all. Got a ton of people that have shown some good momentum. Okay, so that is the breaking news after hour from what we got. Now, this Jeff Bezos clip, let me pull this up right here. So it's a bit of context to understand his quote, but I think let's listen to him and see kind of what he's talking about. Let me just play the clip. So let me play this right here. This is Bezos talking about AI, bubbles, all that stuff, and we'll keep going from there. Sam will be on in about 5 minutes, and we'll get all his thoughts about the market.
Well, okay, so to take you back in time, in the year 2000, when the internet bubble burst, Amazon's stock in a very short period of time went from $113 a share to $6 a share. And by the way, it's split many times since then. I don't know, 20 for one or maybe even more. I don't have the number. But so these prices have nothing to do with today's stock prices. But to go from 113 to 6 in a short period of time was very concerning, and shareholders were upset, employees were nervous. We had all of our employee base, their parents were all calling our employees and saying, "Are you okay?" You know, this was the environment of great nervousness. But I looked at the numbers in the business, and every month, as the stock price went from 113 to 6, a number of customers went up every month. Our gross profits went up every month. Our operating expense, we were still in a loss position, but our losses as a percentage of sales went down every month. Every single business metric, new customers, customer repeat purchases, everything that we were monitoring through that entire period kept getting better. And so that's one observation about bubbles in general. The fundamentals can be disconnected, the fundamentals of the business. And of course, as entrepreneurs, you're focused on the fundamentals of the business. The stock price is an output, an ultimate output that you actually have very little control over. Benjamin Graham, the great investor, is famous for saying, in the short term, the stock market is a voting machine. In the long term, it's a weighing machine. And so as founders and entrepreneurs and business people, our job is to build a heavy company. We want to build a company that when it is weighed, it is a very heavy company. We do not want to focus on the stock price. And so that is, that will be misleading because it can be disconnected from the fundamentals. And when bubbles happen, that's one thing that happens. The second thing that happens when people get very excited, as they are today about artificial intelligence, for example, is every experiment gets funded. Every company gets funded, the good ideas and the bad ideas. And investors have a hard time in the middle of this excitement distinguishing between the good ideas and the bad ideas. And so that's also probably happening today. But it doesn't mean that anything that's happening isn't real. Like AI is real, and it is going to change every industry. In fact, it's a very unusual technology in that regard, in that it's a horizontal enabling layer. Today, we talk about AI first companies like OpenAI and Anthropic and Mistral and so on and so on and so on. There are so many startup companies that are kind of AI companies of various kinds. And that's normal for this phase. But that is not the biggest impact that AI is going to have. The biggest impact that AI is going to have is it is going to affect every company in the world. It is going to make their quality go up and their productivity go up. I mean, by every company, I literally mean every company, every manufacturing company, every hotel, every consumer products company, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so that is hard to fathom, but it's real. There is no doubt. We don't know how long it will take exactly. We don't know how quickly that transition will occur. It'll probably occur at different rates in different industries, but that is very real. Now, what the stock market does, which is when we think of bubbles, we think of valuations and market caps and things like this, and how many billions of dollars are being invested in these 6 people at a $20 billion valuation, even though they just started yesterday, right? That's very unusual behavior. Investors don't usually give a team of 6 people a couple of $1 billion with no product. It's rare, and that's happening today.
That is absolutely happening today. Mira Murati, the OpenAI CTO, she left. She made her own company. She raised $1 billion, and I mean, there was nothing. So he is absolutely right that is happening.
But the great thing about industrial bubbles, this is a kind of industrial bubble, as opposed to financial bubbles, and I'll tell you what I mean by that. If you go back, like the 90s had a biotech bubble, and there were a bunch of pharma startup companies that were designing drugs and using new techniques, and the world got very excited. The investment world got very excited. As a group, they all lost money, but we did get a couple of life-saving drugs. A bubble like a banking bubble, the crisis in the banking system, that's just bad. That's like 2008. And so those bubbles society wants to avoid. The ones that are industrial are not nearly as bad. It could even be good, because when the dust settles and you see who are the winners, society benefits from those inventions. They still get those life-saving drugs. And that's what's going to happen here too. This is real. The benefits to society from AI are going to be gigantic.
And if we go back 25.
Okay, so I wanted to play that clip because this is the first time we got to hear from Bezos actually speaking about AI. And as you can see right there, he has some concerns that we are bubblish to the extent that every experiment is getting funded, which he's not wrong about. I mean, if you have an idea and you have some well-known connections, you can put up some data centers and then boom, you're able to get some money and go through with it. And the idea that in 10, 15 years, every single data center that's being put up or every single idea that's getting funded is going to be a massive winner is probably not true. However, you can see Bezos attaches the idea of an industrial bubble to it, because as it is a build out of artificial intelligence, that is industrial because of all the power and data centers that are going to be necessary to actually make AI work. And then he concludes with the idea that AI will change, and verbatim, he says, literally every single company on this planet. Will there be some companies that get funded that probably don't need to get funded? Of course. But nonetheless, you do have, one of the best entrepreneurs of all time saying that he thinks AI is very real. Amazon has shown how much they believe AI is real with the CapEx spend that they're investing. And it looks like that's probably not slowing down anytime soon. All right, folks, let's get on a guest for the show. He has not been on in about, I think, a month. Last time we had him on was end of August. So very excited to speak to him again and get his thoughts on a variety of different companies, including Amazon, which is his biggest holding. Sam, what's up?
What's going on, man? How are you? It has been quite a minute.
It has absolutely been quite a minute. I'm very excited to talk to you. By the way, guys, is Sam's audio good? It's a little low for me, but I think it should be.
Ooh, hold up.
Yeah,
how about now?
Maybe if you just. Oh, perfect. There you go.
Okay, good.
Good, perfect.
I'm about to crack open this C4 Energy right here because I'm an energy drink addict.
Are you a Celsius guy or no?
Used to be, but then I sold Celsius, and then I'm no longer.
You stopped drinking it because you sold it, dude. People are so emotional about their stocks. That's hilarious.
I mean, I got to do my DD. Like right now, I'm doing lessons on Duolingo. I'm bullish Duolingo. Easy money's been made in Duolingo, but I'm using it to brush up my Spanish before I go to Spain next month. And I want to go to Nebius data center one time. One time I'm going to a data center.
I was about to say Nebius, raise the audio. Sam, you still got to raise the audio. It's still too low.
Okay, how about now?
Guys, I think that should be way better. Should be way better. Good.
Yeah, we're good.
Yes, let me know. That should be good.
It says I'm sitting far away. I'm getting comfortable.
Okay, you should be good now. Okay, so let's get started with that. I got a lot of stocks I want to ask you about, but first of all, I mean, let's give you your flowers. Nebius, you're the person who gave us the thesis back at 30. I mean, here's my question. I want to get all your thoughts, but I'm going to ask a question first. Is Nebius a buy at 127?
Yes.
Okay, explain.
So I'm not going to say that it's like a buy to go all in. Like, I'm going to miss this right now. Like, it's going to keep going up. I'm going to miss it. Like that type of thing. Like, it's not an all in buy right now. As a matter of fact, I've never done like an all in buy for any of my stocks. I've usually built it over time, or maybe I got in a strategic point. But usually I don't like go balls deep on a stock when it's riding like this thing right now. But the reason why I say it's a buy right now for a longer term hold is because like we're just getting started in this whole the whole Nebius build out. I mean, they just signed up with a contract. What are they at, like $30 billion market cap right now? Maybe a little bit more of that, maybe about $40 billion. Microsoft contract is up to 19.4. So I mean, that is the only hyperscale they have so far, and they could sign up for more, and it's probably going to keep riding it up. But also the market is just diving deep into all of these stocks, man. Or mute.
Sorry. Do you think the data center expansion that we've seen with deals with CoreWeave, for example, and Meta, are you a believer that this is just real and it really is demand is outstripping supply?
It's very real. It's very real. And the thing is that there's a lot of like speculation that comes where it's, okay, Oracle's paying, or Microsoft's paying Oracle, and then Oracle's paying OpenAI, or whatever direction it is. That big trifecta or that big triangle chart that everyone has that's been floating around Twitter for quite some time. I'm focusing more on the picks and shovels in this play. And the reason why I think it's going to keep happening is because regardless of whichever hyperscaler is going to win the entire race, they're all going to need the compute. I mean, Mark Zuckerberg's he's not going to stop investing. I mean, you were talking about before, like give or take 100 or a couple $100 billion, right? Like that's insane numbers to be throwing out there. But they're not stopping. Everyone is pretty much increasing their capex, and we'll actually get a good preview of that next quarter. But the spending is not decelerating, it's accelerating. People thought it was going to be a little bit of a digestive period, and that never came. In fact, it did the complete opposite. It accelerated beyond that. I do think that the demand is still through the roof, and I don't think that we've seen the big upheaval in terms of demand when it comes to inference. We're already starting to see that, but as enterprises continue to bring on more licenses for ChatGPT, whether it comes to Gemini and so on, they're going to need more inference compute. And that's going to be pretty much through most of the hyperscalers or whoever's hosting all these applications. And therefore, the demand's going to keep increasing. And with that, you're going to need to build out more data centers to fuel into this demand.
Yeah, I think it's a really logical piece of analysis that you just need more build out to deal with all this demand. I guess the bears are saying the demand isn't real because the ROI is not real. And that you have to either believe it or you don't at that point, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I see you're bringing up the CoreWeave chart there. I know there's a lot of debate on whether Nebius is a better buy than CoreWeave. I think that they've both kind of grown into different businesses per se. I mean, Nebius is obviously my pick when it comes to both these sectors, because at the time when I bought Nebius, CoreWeave was very expensive, and a lot of it was already priced in. Plus, CoreWeave has client risk, right? Two of their largest clients account for most of their revenue, which is OpenAI and Microsoft. I don't think that's really going to go anywhere. I think they're going to continue to be clients for CoreWeave. But CoreWeave is mostly focused on providing that GPU workload and powering AI workloads. They do have certain data centers where they own the entire land and all that stuff. But most of their data centers are actually co-locations, and they're actually renting out the compute for the AI workloads, but not necessarily you can spin up your servers or you can build all your applications here and so on. It's mostly a rental for them. With that being said, it's probably a lot less risk since they do have major clients and enterprises as their clients. But when it comes to Nebius, We already know that its core business is around building data centers and providing the entire stack for an entire data center. You know, whether that is spinning up VMs, whether that's databases, AI workloads, which is what CoreWeave mostly does, or whether that's a different kind of hardware you want to provide, whether it's bare metal to software as a service or platforms as a service. But when it comes to Nebius, they also have those 4 other businesses. They have Triple Ten, which is the education suite. They have ClickHouse, which they own about 28% of, which is $6 billion valuation as of like beginning of this year. So chances are that entire sector, whether it's Databricks or Snowflake and so on, valuation and multiples have expanded. So that might even be $10 billion. So you have another like $3 to $4 billion there just for Nebius. And then you have Avride, which a lot of people have heard about, recently partnered with Uber to deploy taxis in Texas. And we also have Toloka, which is one of its largest side businesses that it has. And their biggest clients, or one of their biggest clients, but 2 of their clients are actually Cloudflare and Shopify. And we already got the news that you just played the Bezos clip, right? Bezos Expeditions, which is his investment sector, is invested and part of the board of Toloka. But on top of that, the Shopify CTO is actually the chairman of the board of Toloka. So there's a lot of backing for this company that keeps coming. And plus Microsoft, $17.4 billion. NVIDIA still has a stake in Nebius. I'm not going to call top, dude. Like, I'm not going to call top in this.
I agree. Look, and there's a lot of smart people, including yourself, in this Nebius community that have continuously done due diligence on this. So I think it is a very, very fair assumption to say that there is growth built into the stock, especially if they can get another one of these hyperscaler deals like they got with Microsoft. Yeah. But before we get into Rubrik, because I know that's a big name a lot of people are curious about, and you got some DD on that. Your largest holding is Amazon. You just heard Bezos speak. I just bought in at 222. Here's my question. Why is the stock only up 1% year to date?
You know, I think a lot of it, the way the market moves right now is really in themes. And it's in terms of, it also moves in terms of cycles as far as like what's winning and what's not winning. And usually whatever's winning will continue to win. We saw that in 23 and 24 where all of these mega caps were up ridiculous amounts, which propelled the entire market up in the last couple of years. And now we're getting like a little bit of a widening of the breadth, right? You have a lot of small caps moving today. In fact, small caps led the market today, but we had this weird ass pullback in the middle of the day. Like you saw that, like, where did that come from? That was so weird that I can't, you know, actually the little skepticism within inside me is like, maybe that was big money unloading a little bit, you know, and then maybe we're going to get a pullback next week. I don't know. Who knows? Yeah. Anyways, it's only up 1% year to date because 1, they have to report earnings, but 2, Amazon also decelerated from 19 to 20% AWS growth, which is a cream of crop, down to 17%. I think that's going to accelerate. I agree with your thesis, with semi-analysis thesis, that it will accelerate. The problem is that mega caps are not in favor right now. In the last week, small caps have really taken the brunt end of the force in the upper direction. Robinhood, for example, that's more of a mid cap, I guess, at this stage. Maybe it's a large cap. I don't even know what the hell difference. Like, I think we need to kind of shift up that category of small, mid, and large cap and mega cap.
Agreed.
The market's starting to get a little crazy. But like, it is picks and shovels right now. Data centers. NVIDIA is at all-time highs. All right. You have Nebius pushing all-time highs every day. You have all these data center bit mining companies going to all-time highs. You have Micron hitting all-time highs. You have ASML hitting all-time highs. And you have these other plays that the market's stiffing out that they're going to try to jump on the train for and catch up on.
Yep. I think that's fair. Do you think AWS acceleration end of year can get this bad boy moving? Or I guess what's the catalyst if you had to give one?
I think the catalyst is just you had your little bit of period where things were kind of slowing down, especially during the tariff situation where businesses were starting to contract their spend. But one thing that a lot of people aren't aware in terms of IT budgeting is that there is a flush of budgeting, a drainage of budgeting as it comes toward the end of the year. Let's say a company has like $50 million to spend because maybe they were underspending throughout the year. They're going to spend all that money before the end of the year, at least commit to spending all that money. So then that way they can write off whatever for the tax season, blah, 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 all that stuff. I'm not a CFO, so I don't know how, but this is a phenomenon that's been happening every single year. And we see this translated into the hyperscalers. They make their big contracts with a lot of hyperscalers out there before the end of the year so they could lock in smaller prices. they extend their contracts a couple years out so they could save like 5-10%. But like with a multi-billion-dollar company, 5 and 10% is a lot of money, right? There's a lot of things that happen in the last couple of years whenever it comes to cloud. And that's the reason why you usually see like that Santa Claus rally at the end of the year, especially with a lot of growth in software stocks, because that's what happens. They provide very good guidance. AWS doesn't necessarily provide guidance, but I think this quarter is probably going to be maybe like flat to a re-acceleration in terms of AWS growth, maybe to 18-19%. But I think by Q4 and into Q1, 2, and 3, I think you're going to see that massive acceleration that SemiAnalysis is talking about.
Okay, well, I'm in it, so I hope that ends up playing out. And
yeah,
and
if I'm wrong, then I just won't come back.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, last question before Rubrik. Broader macro, are we toppy, Sam? What do you think?
No, man, I don't think we're toppy. I said it last time. We're going to 7,500, baby. We are going to 7,500.
You did say that.
We are good. Listen, I got this crazy Robinhood bet. Because you know on Robinhood, you could bet on the terminal price of the S&P 500 by the end of the year. So I got this bet on, oops. Oh, wait, why isn't that coming up? Hold on. I got this bet right here on 20,000 plus contracts for 7,500, for about 74 to 7,600. This is still around my buy level.
Wait, how much did you spend on that? Like $100?
So I think that's, I think it's like about $1,000, right? But
so if we do get to 7,500, you're going to make.
Well, it's not going to be 100% yet, right? It's going to fluctuate. But I think once we break that 7,000 mark,
40x on that.
Yeah, I think I'm going to make maybe like a 20x at least in this. No, sorry, not a 20x because it's 5 cents. Maybe like a 10x at least on this thing. And then I'm going to start trimming, right? Because my belief is that we're going to hit 7,500 by the end of the year, but I don't think we're closing at above 7,500. I think we're going to close maybe around like 7,100 or even like high 6,000s. Like I think it's.
Wait, hold on. So you think we're going to run to 75, but it's going to close at 71 all in the next 3 months?
Yeah.
Huh.
I mean, you never know. I'm happy either way. Because both those targets are above here, right? So what are we at? Like we're at about 77.16, I think, still, because we closed pretty much flat.
The crazy thing is that
67.15. It can play out, dude. It's insane how much FOMO there is in the market. Like intraday, the ES or SP 500 future contracts drop like 30 or 40 points in a matter of an hour, dude. Like we are not, and the VIX is at 16. The VIX isn't even at 12, and we're at all-time highs. Like this kind of stuff, like people are scared, right? The VIX is at 16, big money's hedging, and the VIX is going up as the SP 500 goes up as well. So people are hedging. The 30-day implied volatility is going up, means people are buying puts on the market and they're hedging or they're buying vol.
Yeah.
That's the one that keeps happening, right? And I mean, I'm not speaking for people here. Because someone said Sam is bearish 8,500 by the end of the year. That's hilarious. I'm not. I know the people here are bullish as hell, but the people are also skeptical.
Oh,
right?
dude, we definitely have some bears though. We definitely got some bears here.
So that what you just pulled up the CNN Fear Green Index, that's actually less of a sentiment indicator or more of a technical indicator. So I think the problem with this is that the VIX is 16, so it's really throwing this off. And plus, I think rates are somewhat down, and it's all the. If you look at all the 7 technicals on there, like we're not going to be at all times. Like what's actually kind of interesting is that this is kind of what happened last February, where people were like, "Hey, the Fear and Greed Index is only at 54. It's only in the 50s, but we're at all-time highs. That means we can go higher." Yeah, which it can happen, but it's a technical indicator, so we don't even know. But it's out there. Institutions, in terms of large speculators, in terms of futures contracts for the CBO, or sorry, CME.
Yeah.
I forget the exact name.
CBOE,
the acronym for that. Yeah. They are not fully long compared to how long they've been. In fact, they got pretty damn short on the Qs recently, and they're still bearish as hell or short IWM, right? So I'm siding with small caps here, man. I've actually rotated a lot of positions in my portfolio to focus more on the secular themes and also more of like the small mid caps. because I feel like that's where you're going to see the brunt end of the force. And then after earnings, that's when you're going to get that affirmation like, hey guys, the hyperscalers are still accelerating, the party's still going on, and then you get that massive push up to like 7,500. And then, you know, whatever happens there, I'm cool with.
Tom Lee's end of year target 7,000, Sam 70. Dude, if we, the thing is,
That'd be awesome.
So here's the thing: if we make a run past 7,000, I think some of the fund managers are going to have FOMO that we've never seen before.
Oh, it's going to be brutal for them.
I mean, if we're at 7,000 like November, bro, could you imagine what they're going to have to tell their clients and they don't have any NVIDIA? You know?
If I kind of think about it, I think 7,000 is in play for this month. And that would go around the time when all the hyperscalers reports, because next week is not the earnings week start. You do have summer companies reporting next week. Applied Digital actually reports on Thursday, which is pretty interesting to see because that's one of like the bit miners turn into hyperscalers, or not hyperscalers, into data centers. But the week after that, so what is that? That is the week of the 13th through the 17th. That's when you get the banks reporting. That's when TSM reports. That's when ASML reports. And then the week after that, the week of the 20th to the 24th, that's when like they all start reporting. And then you have the stragglers at the end of that. Maybe it's like Amazon is usually later on and so on. That's why I think this is going to be 7,000 by the end of the month. 7,000 by the end of the month. FOMO in November, maybe pushing it up to like 73, 7,400, then 7,500 in December, and then dramatic pullback to maybe like high 6,000s, and then a little bit of a Santa Claus rally to push it back to like around 7,000 by the end of the year. That's how I think this whole thing's going to kind of play out. But I also think like, dude, this is not going to be an easy ride. Like it's going to be nail biting the whole way. Like, I'm not gonna lie, when the market just like, when that floor fell in the middle of the day in the Qs today, I was like, is everyone just selling HIMS right now? Because look at the chart of HIMS. Like, what happened? I don't know what the thing went all the way to like $59, and I was like happy as hell with my put credit spreads that I sold on it. And then I got greedy and didn't buy them back, and then I ended up closing them at a loss today. But like, I don't know what happened. There's no news out there. There's no news. It is just algos doing what they're doing. Otherwise, I don't know, maybe we hear something this weekend. The only thing that I heard about recently, the COO did leave Samir, but it didn't make a move after that, really. Like, nothing really happened. So I wouldn't really attribute that to anything.
Okay. So let's get into a new name, a name that a lot of people have wondered about. I think you've been long on this since about $30.
Can you share I just sent you a message I just sent you a text. There's a few links on there, but the first one, the Rubrik ER, open that one up. Okay. It's a tweet that I shared with the most recent earnings for Rubrik. And for the most part, I mean,
but before we even get into the earnings, what is this company? Like, why do you even?
All right.
Why are you even interested?
So everyone knows what CrowdStrike is. It's basically the endpoint security management for like your laptops, your actual front end servers, your mobile devices, and so on. That's what CrowdStrike focuses on. They're getting more into CM, which is like more of log management, but it's mostly focused from a security endpoint, but not necessarily an application endpoint like Datadog. So that's what CrowdStrike does. But like the valuation of CrowdStrike is insane, right? They're not going to reaccelerate anytime soon. They are full blast, all engines running right now, and they're killing it, right? But I feel like it's not really going to go anywhere for quite some time because all that's already priced in. You had the dip buying when it came to the outage last year, and everyone got back in, and now it's at $500, trading at like 25 to 30 times forward EV NTM sales. But that's what CrowdStrike does. Palo Alto is more of like network security, but also has like the broad end platform of building all these little players within it. They actually just acquired CyberArk, which is more identity management. One sec. So Palo Alto is more of a platform security, but also focusing on network security, kind of like Zscaler as well, right? And Fortinet. Fortinet actually is more on the hardware end, but they all focus on network security. So you have your client security, and then you have your network security, the two focal points of cybersecurity. But then you also have data security. Right. And this is the one that a lot of people kind of take for granted because it's like backing up all your applications in your database. that's the security. No, that's not true. Because you have disaster recovery that needs to bring applications back, critical applications that need to come back up within minutes, not hours, not days, minutes. And what are you going to do if you restore an application and that application they restored after you already got the ransomware still has the ransomware? You're going to restore an infected application. And your company's got to bring it down again. The company's going to lose millions of dollars every single hour. This is a super important field that was not getting a lot of attention. The company's growing at like 51%. They are the leader in this entire sector. Okay. So when I say leader, I mean like there really is no competitive leader besides, I believe the name of the company is Coherent, but that's private. Then actually, I think they're kind of associated with NVIDIA, but that's the only competition there is. The other competition you heard of, Trend Micro, McAfee, Symantec, all that stuff, those are like legacy players in this entire field that are still building like antivirus packages and so on. They're still part of the game, but they are not the cloud native platform that's out there. And then of course there's Commvault, which is the giant. Yeah, Commvault is a competitor, which is a giant, but they don't have these close ties and the backing of these major hyperscalers. So I'm not saying that Commvault is not a good company. I'm just saying that they've been around for a long time. Their specialty was in system backups when it came to tape backups, and then they transitioned to cloud backups and so on. They're still there, but they're not actively growing like Rubrik. Rubrik is a much smaller company that is growing quickly, 51%, right? Their subscription ARR is growing just as fast too, which means that their forward-looking revenue is actually growing at a very fast pace as well. On top of that, dude, they're guiding for, they're already in positive free cash flow. They're guiding for what is that? Adjusted profitability by next year. Now I know there's like a lot of saying where like, oh, adjusted profitability means that you're taking SBC. Yeah, SBC is just the case for a lot of these software companies, especially when you're fast growing. You have to also be very competitive to get the best engineers. But that's what Rubrik does. And they have that Microsoft backing, dude. Like Microsoft is going to make sure that they succeed. You had pretty much
why do they have Microsoft back? Like investment wise or as a
Microsoft has backed the investment of them. And also on top of that, the former chair of Microsoft is part of the board of Rubrik. And on top of that, their CIO used to be the CIO of the CIA. There's the FBI or I forget which three-letter agency it was, CIO, CIA. I got to look it up again. But yeah, they have that kind of talent in their company. And then they run into earnings at $100 a share, trading at high teen, forward sales. And then they pull back to like $70 because it just wasn't good enough. Right? The market thinks they're slowing down too quickly at their early stage of the cycle. They think that they're not going to hit profitability and all this stuff, and it bounces back to around $82. I think that if you look at this company from like a longer term, maybe like another year or two out, the market will try to front run everything all over again, and Rubrik's going to be at $120, $125. You brought up Jason before. Jason is bullish this company from a fundamental standpoint and a chart standpoint.
Yeah. Is it a buy at 82? Do you have a fair value of around
yes.
120?
My fair value for this by next year is about 100, 120, 125 bucks. It's probably going to overshoot if the market stays bullish on this particular theme, but clearly the market is not. Cloudflare, basically almost every single software stock has been flat this week. They're about different themes right now, but that's going to rotate back once they start reporting earnings again and so on, it'll come back.
So you think they have a monopoly on data security effectively?
I don't think they have a monopoly. I think it's more of a duopoly or a polyop. I don't know what term that is, but they are fast growing, and in terms of most innovative, they're one of the two, but the only one that trades publicly, so it will get that premium. Commvault it's a great company by all means, but like they're not growing at 50%.
Is this one of your favorite SaaS names? Because we know SaaS has been relatively flat this year. I mean, let's check IGV. I haven't even checked it.
Yeah, so this is my favorite SaaS company. This is my favorite software stock right now. In fact, it's one of my only software stocks now because I did a little bit of a cleanup.
Oh, what'd you trim? What'd you get rid of?
I sold Snowflake.
Wow.
Yeah.
But you got a profit on that one. That one's still.
Oh, it was beautiful. It was like basically a double in like a year.
Yeah.
I sold MongoDB. I was buying that thing under $200, and then it picked back up. So these things can continue running, but I'm going to focus more on like the current themes right now, because I do think that the market is like ready to bid some crazy stuff up, and I do think the alpha is not in these companies. So I sold CrowdStrike after holding that for a long time. By this point, it wasn't even that big a position, so I was like, whatever, let me just sell it. I sold Snowflake, I sold MongoDB, and I added to a lot of positions too. You know, and you already know I actually added Nebius at 109. Didn't think it was gonna go to the 130s that quickly, but you know, I did a little flavor add over there. Yeah, CrowdStrike has been sideways, and I think the market is like, we need to rotate into certain names now.
All right, I have a couple questions, and then we'll do some rapid fire. Everyone can put a ticker in the chat if you're curious about Sam's thoughts on that ticker, and he'll give you whatever he has. First of all, just Hood. I mean, you've been long with me on this one. Like, thoughts on what we've seen this week?
I added at 119.
Okay.
Yeah, I added at 119. I didn't think it was going to run, but you saw that major weakness we had when the market got scared. It dropped to like the low 120s. Before that, I added, though, when it was in like the high 110s. Because after that keynote, man, after that event, I was like, dude, this company, I don't want to be like that guy where it's like, this is just getting started. But like, dude, 24/7 futures and options, 24/7 crypto and options, overnight markets already. Soon they're going to have overnight options. They're going to have zero DTEs on every single stock you can think about. I don't know, man. Like, this is not going anywhere anytime soon. And I want to land myself in the best possible company that's the pioneer in this entire industry that's going to take the whole cake. And I think it's riding that sports contract. That guy that we follow on Twitter, he tracks all the sports contracts.
Juan, he's awesome.
Yeah. How could you be bearish this? This is insane.
I think that vertical itself kind of unlocked some more momentum for the company this week. So I agree. I want to ask about Iren real quick, though, guys. Diddy got 4 years. 4 years. So for those
I'm sorry to
move.
laugh. I didn't mean to laugh, but like when you said Diddy got 4 years, I was just like,
I know that came out of nowhere, but that is
Diddy got 4 years. It reminds me of the Chappelle Show episode, man. Oh goodness, I love that show. All right, I know you wanted to. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, Iren. When did you get into this one, and how bullish are you on this?
Yo, dude, I got in at $21, and I gotta tell you, this was a FOMO buy.
Same with me. I bought at 28 because of FOMO.
Yeah, the writing was on the wall with this whole theme, and I knew it was going to continue. And the more I looked at it, the more I was like, man, I'm going to keep adding this thing, right? So I have a pretty decent size position because I added again at $39 recently. Not a lot, but I added again at $39. All shares. I'm not playing options at this thing. And the thing with Iren is that they have 2 existing large data centers. They have Horizon 1 and 2. Horizon's in Texas. Horizon 1's in Texas. They haven't disclosed where Horizon 2 is, but people are speculating that's also in Texas as well. And they're also building Sweetwater, which is a 2 gigawatt data center. That one's coming out. It's supposed to be partially built out by next year. And dude, that one is huge. Honestly, what Iren is doing is a lot different from the other Bitcoin miners, is because they are full on transitioning into AI cloud. And what they do differently that the other players don't necessarily do is that they're all renewable energy. So their power is around 3 to 5 cents per kilowatt, which makes it operationally a lot cheaper to run all of these engines, right?
Right.
Also, the reason why the whole Bitcoin mining is turning into AI is because you can easily pivot this hardware to focus more on AI workloads versus Bitcoin mining. So like, you can't just like turn off a bunch of AI servers because like, you know, you're not getting a lot of compute because the demand is always there. But you could turn off Bitcoin mining servers very easily and then repurpose them into AI data centers. But on top of that, a lot of these Bitcoin mining companies already are strategically located in certain certain areas where power is cheap, right? So if you have that means that they could power all these data centers in random remote locations where they don't need to worry about interrupted activity, right? So if Nebius, I'm not saying Nebius is going to have this risk, but if Nebius is running one of the largest data centers in New Jersey and that whole grid can't support all of it, someone needs to turn their stuff off, right? If Iren actually Nebius just acquired about 91 acres of land in Alabama. So they're already looking at this, right? IRN is building all of their stuff in Texas. I'm speculating that everything's going to be in Texas, including Sweetwater. In fact, I think Sweetwater actually is in Texas anyway. But there's a reason why they're going to these remote locations, because they don't want to worry about the grid, right? So power is a bottleneck. Power is quickly becoming a bottleneck in all of this. But the reason why I'm focused on IRN is because they have that renewable energy factor. They're already a pretty good profitable company. They just became profitable last quarter, but they're guiding for continued profitability.
What do you think about the valuation? Is 13 billion cheap?
I'm not looking at today's valuation when I'm buying the stock. I'm not looking at it.
You got to have some sense of like where you value.
I mean, I could look at a chart and be like, this mofo ran, but I can't be like, oh, IRN trades at like a forward price to sales, because they're going to be growing quickly.
But do you think investors are overpaying for is the growth already priced in, or it's not even close to being priced in due to data centers?
I think that growth is, I think it's already priced in that they're going to have a major hyperscaler sign a contract with them, just like Google
Nebius
did just like Nebius with Microsoft, just like CoreWeave with Applied Digital and also Core Scientific, and just like Google with TeraWulf and Cypher. That's why I'm buying IRN, because they haven't had that deal yet. They're certainly getting priced like they have that deal, but they haven't gotten that deal yet. I think the market expects it. It's going to come at some point, dude. They're 2 gigawatts plus 2.9 gigawatts of capacity by middle of next year. Like, someone's signing up. And they're keeping it. I feel like it's already there, but like they're just keeping it under a leash. So we'll see. But I'm not so concerned about the valuation right now, because one, I'm not a value investor per se in this particular thing, but also, there's a lot of momentum in this company. I thought it topped out at 48, and look where we are today. We're above $50.
Dude, it went from 15 to 28 on earnings, and I bought it after the Nebius deal, thinking like, all right, I'm really buying it a bit aggressive.
Yeah,
nope.
yeah. And it
is quite incredible. It is quite incredible. And again, I agree with you. Maybe valuation isn't the best thing to look at here if they do get a Nebius type of deal. Yeah. And I also agree with you that it's probably inevitable they get that deal. I don't know if the stock moves like Nebius after they get it, but
yeah, I don't think it's going to move like that. I think they're already priced in. But that chart's insane. I try not to look at the chart, and I try not to look at the RSI, because that will scare the bejesus out of me. But a position that I open has become quite big, and let's just say I'm seeing swings in my portfolio that I did not see a year ago in terms of percentage. Like, it's getting a little wild. And I don't know, man. I don't know what to say. Like, when most of your portfolio, like, I think about 30 to 40% of my portfolio is in Nebius, Robinhood, IRN, and part of it's in CleanSpark, but also like some other names that are like very volatile. I have to develop a stomach, because this is just going to get even crazier.
And I know you don't like volatility, so you've had to really develop that.
I have to get used to it, dude. I have to get used to it. So let's be thankful I have a full-time gig that covers the bills and everything. And then I hope I don't lose everything, but I'm going to be strategic. Like, I have a position in CleanSpark. I got in there like around $14, and I mean, the thing has the Bitcoin narrative, but also it has the option of switching into HPC if they need to. And I already mentioned that, the pivot and repurposing compute toward AI is very easy to do. The other way around, not so easy. So CleanSpark is my favorite miner out of the 3 miners, right, Mark? CleanSpark is my favorite. And they're also in a renewable energy fashion, but I think that Bitcoin has wings, dude. It has. Bitcoin is running. Bitcoin is running. Our boy Tommy and Michael Saylor, they're doing things for us, man. They're doing things for us.
All right, let's get into some of this rapid fire real quick. Muckaby, thank you for the 50 super chat. Sam, what's good?
Dude, that guy's he messaged me. He sent me I don't want to say how much it was, but I'm like, can I have some? Like, if I made you money, like, invite me to your yacht or something. Like, you invited your boy to your yacht. Can I just go on can someone just invite me to their yacht? By the way, congratulations on the Substack.
I appreciate it. Muckaby says, you helped me stand strong in my Oracle earnings call options. You gave me about 615%. You are a legend. Dude, I think you and Couch were on before the day before Oracle. And
me, Couch, and Jose.
And I think I was like, all right, guys, what do you think? And I think
I was the only one who said it was
Couch and Jose were like, And I was like, well, and you were like, we're going higher, baby. And yeah.
It was the theme. It was the theme. I didn't know it was going to go up that much. I just thought that it was not going to be an option seller event to the upside.
Yeah. Yeah. Agreed. All right, Sam, I'll get you out of here in about 10 minutes. Real quick, let me just put Sam's Twitter in the chat. Please make sure to follow him on Twitter. And
put up my YouTube link because Chris and I just had a podcast the other night, and we talked about all this stuff ad nauseum. And Chris talked about the healthcare plays. UNH, man, that guy is doing it. I have to admit, I've never had to succumb to that much pain on any massively sized trade than he did. Like, he's the Michael Burry right now.
I remember there was 3 weeks where he was down a lot, and he just got through it. He bought the dip, and now we're seeing some momentum. Oh, well, there you go. You got a little 450 super chat on your channel from Mr. Muck.
What? Oh,
look at that.
what?
He's making it rain in here, bro, on these
You don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. Okay, I'm going to reinvest that back into the company.
No, buy more. He will be so happy if you buy Iran with this. This guy loves Iran. Just buy more Iran.
Oh, man. Dude, thank you, brother. I really appreciate it. I mean, I just think that this community is just awesome. It started this, and I'm going to ride the wave with everyone.
I love it. All right, some tickers. Well, let's do this one real quick. Grabby grab. What's going on with this one?
Dude, I just hold on. However, I am trimming my leverage exposure on it. Mostly because I got to take profits at some point. I already doubled it. I'm going to keep my shares, but like my leverage exposure, I'm looking to rotate back into shares when that rug happens.
Okay. BM&R.
Oh man, let's go, Tom Lee. Let's go. Look at that chart. That's like that's institution, chart. Man. That's institution.
Are you buying? Are you already in? How are you thinking about this one?
Oh, I'm already in. I have to be honest. I am the worst in my ads to this company. Like, see the peaks over there. The peaks. That's what I add. That's what I add. It's the worst. I always come back, but that's when I add. But yeah, I would like to buy more BM&R if I could.
Okay. Ader, thanks for the super chat. Sam once mentioned he was bullish on Unity. Sam, are you still bullish?
No, I sold Unity. I sold at around $45. But I got in like sub 20s and 22, and yeah, I sold.
Okay. Drone stocks, any thoughts?
Geez.
Ondas, anything like that?
I wish I got in this stuff. Stock Talk, right? Like, he's been preaching drone stocks for a while. Him and Jaguar. I wish I got in some of that stuff. And when I wanted to get in Kratos, KTOS around $60, I thought I was late. I was not late. It's almost at 100. So, is what it is. Can't be in all of them.
Okay, so drones, you at least see the kind of
I see that tailwind. Yeah, it's happening. It's happening. It's only going to get bigger.
Aqua?
Oh, yeah. No, I traded that one at like $78. And then it was like right around the time when right before Dan Ives got bullish on it, and I was adding to it, and I sold it all at like 145.
Okay. If you had to buy
bullish.
If you had to buy one Max 7 by end of year, or hold one Max 7 from now till end of year, what would it be?
The AMZN, dude.
Amazon. Okay, that's your pick.
AMZN. But gonna give a warning. I might start trimming this at some point.
Well, you've been in for a long time, though.
Yeah, I've been in for a while, but dude, mid caps is where it's at right now. I'm not gonna mess around. That's where the alpha is right now. It's time to get strategic with this market. You never know.
You think small and mid caps outperform large caps next year
by a wide margin? You saw it today.
Huh. I'm not fully on board with that. I still think the rich get richer. I think the big companies, they continue to get bigger.
Did you see how many politicians got into mid caps lately?
Oh, Cleo Fields is the next Pelosi. Yeah. So yes, I did.
Yeah. The blonde lady, right?
No.
Oh,
this guy. Dude, he got Iran and Open Door and Oracle.
This guy, this guy got an Iran. But it wasn't a crazy amount. Like some of these politicians are getting for like, maybe 20, 30,000, which isn't a lot for them.
I'm just impressed
it's a
with
lot
the
of money.
picks. The picks
Yeah.
to me is what matters.
I'm not impressed with the picks. These guys have everything to do with it. Did you look up that one with the Ashley something? She's part of the judicial system in Florida. She got bullished on Genius Sports. She's actually buddy with Pam Bondi, Attorney General. And Jaguar was saying yesterday that every single state in this country, I'm taking no credit for this research, this is from Jaguar Analytics. He said every single state in this country sent a letter to Pam Bondi to ban overseas sports gambling and betting.
Huh.
And if they do, DraftKings is going to bounce up hard.
Sorry, I just had one. Yeah, what do you think? Okay, so your argument here on DraftKings is as long as the competitors can't work in the states, that could help them.
I think this is overdone. The sell-off is
I think this got sold off because of the prediction markets on Robinhood this week as well.
DraftKings is not in prediction markets.
No, agree, but like I think the market's like, oh, are people going to go to Hood and Poly Market and Kalshi over DraftKings? Right.
I mean, I think it was less of Hood. Hood was like a catalyst, but I think the whole Kalshi thing that came out when they said how much they were actually doing in terms of sports contracts, I think the people at DraftKings got scared. But I think this and FanDuel, which is owned by Flute, I think, F-L-U-T, I forget the name of the company, it was FanDuel. I think that's all getting overdone. I think that this market is going to get bigger. And to be honest, Hood doesn't have parlays. Yeah, Nick Moss said it. Hood doesn't have parlays. They need parlays, but also it's prediction markets. The fees are way too high. I mean, imagine when Vlad turns off that 4 cents and makes it 2 cents because they start doing it in-house.
That's going to be fun. That is going to be fun. All right, Sam, I know you got to go, but I do want to bring on one guest who just joined backstage because I think he knows something, a little something about parlays. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Friday.
Let's go.
What's going on, guys?
Good
afternoon.
afternoon,
You heard parlays and your degenerate ass was like, I need to talk about sports gambling. That's what's up.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, first off, you may have found somebody that's more bullish than me because if I heard correctly, Sam thinks we're going to 7,500. What's the time frame?
That is correct. End of year.
Wait, what was your target?
So I said 7,000 on December 31st. And I said 7,000 during April that I wasn't changing my stance. So I've been 7,000 for the whole year.
Well, Sam's more bullish than you. So
I love it. I love it.
Wait, my year-end target is not 7,500.
What is it?
My year-end target is like high 6,000, 7,000.
He thinks we're going to go to 7,500 in like November-ish and then come down by end of year, basically.
Yeah.
Okay. That would be fine with me also.
I'm fine either way. That's higher than here.
Fine with me. Love hearing that. So DraftKings is something that I want to own. I've done a lot of research on it. I have a very big problem with the gambling industry right now. And my problem is the big, beautiful bill because of the gambling code. IRS changes to I forget what section is with the gambling code. So, Sam, are you familiar with what they did?
No, you're going to have to remind me, dude, because I was actually going to look into DraftKings this week, and that might be a little bit of an opportunity.
Yeah, so look, DraftKings is got an incredible interface, and I think that if you get a ban on international, it'll be great for them.
Yeah,
Problem
I agree.
is, so I don't know if you gamble or not, but let's just say
I don't gamble.
I'm going to use easy numbers, okay?
Yeah.
If you put $1,000, now this starts January 1st, 2026. If you put $1,000 into an account, or you go to the casino and you keep playing, you're up, down, up, down, up, down. And let's just say you churn $100,000 worth of bets, okay? But you end up losing your $1,000, and technically you're only down $1,000. You went with what you came with. You end up playing for a long time. You had a great time. Hypothetically, if you racked up $100,000 worth of wins and $100,000 worth of losses, and you are crapping out, lose your money, technically, the new law, you can only deduct 90% of your losses against your wins. So you will have a phantom tax bill of $10,000 worth of profit that you never made. I think that that is going to significantly hurt the gambling industry.
And that's why you wouldn't own DraftKings.
It's not that I wouldn't own it, but it's going to be very hard to be very long gambling stocks, whether it's the casinos or the online sports books, if this doesn't get repealed, because you're going to have people like me who just don't gamble next year, because there is no reason for me to have a phantom loss that I have to pay taxes on. It doesn't make any sense. I'll go to the prediction market on Robinhood.
So a phantom loss, meaning if you lost 10 grand.
No. You're not losing 10 grand. Let's say you put $1,000 in and you make a bunch of $100 bets. And let's just say you make 10 $100 bets, right? You win 5, you lose 5, you still have $1,000, or you have $900, whatever it is. And you keep doing that throughout the year. Each bet is an individualized bet that gets recorded. So you could theoretically churn that money before you lose it. And let's say you lose the 1,000. Normally, you would have no taxes because you didn't make any money, because 100% of your losses gets deducted against the winnings, and you actually lost $1,000. But in this case, you lose your $1,000, but because you have all those bets that you won on the Yankees, you lost on the Mets, et cetera, you can only deduct 90% of your losses. So if you end up churning it into 100,000 on each side before you lose your money, deducting 90% against that, you still have a phantom tax bill of 10 grand.
Who came up with that law?
It is packed into it. I can send you the link. I mean, I know you have access to Seeking Alpha. I put it in my last DraftKings article, and I put the link from, I think it was KPMG.
No, I believe you. I don't understand why would
No. But I'm just saying the KPMG did a 10-page specialty packet on this, and I put the link in my last DraftKings article, so you can read their summary about it. But I actually went through the big, beautiful bill. I went through the IRS tax section, and then I read the KPMG bulletin on it, and it is not good for recreational or professional gamblers. And I think it's going to hurt I think it's going to hurt all the casinos and sports books if this does not get repealed.
So Sam, can you help us? When I mean us, I mean literally everybody. Convince Steve to get some hood. Is this finally the reason why he gets some hood?
This isn't my hood. This is with sports betting.
No, but my point is, if more people go to prediction markets instead, that's bullish hood.
That is bullish hood. It's bullish hood for sure. I think it's also bullish for Kalshi as well, which obviously isn't publicly traded, and poly markets. But yeah, this does not work out well for FanDuel, for MGM Bet, for all those companies.
Steve, there's another reason to buy hood.
This is why I'm bullish Genius Sports, because they don't care who wins.
Yeah.
Ahmed, I'm sending it to you right now in your text, because I'm at a light right now. Gambling losses under the One Big Beautiful Bill Act Part 2 from KPMG. You'll have to find Part 1, but you can send this to Sam. They did a whole report about it.
I have Seeking Alpha. I follow you on there. I just didn't check out the article.
Okay.
Yeah, check it out.
But yeah, before you do anything with DraftKings, seriously look at that.
I'm looking at the chart in DraftKings. This looks like it might go down a little bit more, but the chart looks like it's oversold, way oversold. It just takes one catalyst for this thing to pop up. I want to do more research in this Pam Bondi thing with the overseas gambling, because I understand what you're saying, but regardless of whatever long-term fundamentals there are or headwinds there are for DraftKings, if you just get one single bit of positive news for DraftKings, it's going to skyrocket, or at least bounce pretty considerably. That's the only reason why I'm looking at it, for a mean reversion play, but not a long-term hold.
Oh, from a mean reversion, yes. You could absolutely pick up some capital on that, without a question.
Okay, Sam, let me get your thoughts on like 2 or 3 more stocks, and then we will get you out of here. Again, Sam, thank you for joining us today. Oscar, any thoughts on this one?
Oh, no, I'm bullish. I've been in this since 14. Still holding. I think it's got more room to run in terms of a stock itself. But, I mean, we just exited like really bad sentiment when it came to Medicare. And all their clients make all their clients are basically paying with Medicare. So most of the clients, that's what they're actually focused on. And now that that's turned around, which is not going anywhere, right? You have Trump basically forcing Pfizer to start listing cheaper meds in Medicare and so on, all that stuff. Trump RX, which is going to be focused on that entire sector as well. Like, this has got a ways to go. Bullish.
Google?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to attribute the flows for mega caps alone with Google. It basically doubled in a couple months. Might need to take a breather. Same thing with Meta. Same thing with Amazon and so on. I think Apple probably has more ways to go.
Okay. So large caps, you're kind of basically saying, hey, they ran up and...
I'm not bearish large caps. I'm just saying that there's way more alpha in small and mid caps right now with rates coming down.
Okay. And last one for you is SoFi. What do you think?
Where's the chart?
There you go.
Oh, I don't know.
Are you in this one?
No, I'm not in it.
Oh, you're not. No, you're not.
I mean, I think rates are bullish for SoFi, and it's a mid cap now. It used to be a small cap. I think it's going to keep going up, but the market's... Oh, look at that. That's like right... You see that wick up there? That wick up there from July?
Yeah.
That looks like a... No. Up there, where it is right now. Yeah, that looks like it's going to... It looks like it might bounce.
Well, this is also...
strong bounce area.
Yeah, and it feels like it had to do with some of their credit ratings.
I think this is a bit overdone, but the momentum needed to cool off. The only problem is that anything bearish you see in terms of growth stocks, HIM, SoFi, a bunch of other names too, like if we go down just by 1 or 2%, these are going to go down. They're going to go down more.
Well, that's a really good point you bring up. SoFi, HIMS, obviously Hood, Palantir, Rocket Lab. If we get a 2-3% drop on the S&P, those are all falling 10, 15.
I don't think they all will. I just think the losers are going to lose more.
But but none of them are losers. They've all won this year. But that's my point. Is like they were all so...
Yeah, no, the growth stocks have been sold.
Yeah. Okay, final thoughts, NVIDIA. I know you don't own this one, but you're so bullish on the data center space. Are you at all interested in owning NVIDIA?
No. I got a lot of data center right now. They're going to benefit a lot more than NVIDIA.
Okay, there you go. Sam, thank you for coming on. Sam's YouTube and X right there in the chat. Please make sure to subscribe to him. Sam, also, dude, congrats, man. You started content creation less than a year ago, and you've just like jumped in. And you're like, dude, the amount of times I reference your tweets in the morning for like news updates and like I bookmark your tweets, like, it's great. It's really good.
I'm sorry I haven't been on the last couple of days because I haven't been waking up at 5 a.m. So whenever I wake up at 5 a.m. my time, I always listen to you in the morning because it's nice to get those updates.
I love it.
Good stuff, dude.
Sam, check your Twitter. I just sent you the original packet from JPMG.
Okay, cool. Yeah, and would love to collab with you as well, Steve. Good
luck.
Yeah,
Steve has a new YouTube, so you know.
I it's so funny. I have a lot of YouTube videos. I have Substacks and everything, but you two are like, obviously you two are killing me, and both of you guys have much better reputation than I do, longer too. But I just thought it was so funny how like both you guys are in like 3,000-4,000 subs in your platforms. And you haven't released anything.
Yeah, but
all because of a Met.
No, it's not all because.
No, I mean it's good. It's good.
If there's a pre-existing audience, obviously it's a little bit.
No,
easier.
yeah.
So that's. But dude, you're absolutely freaking crushing it. And you crossed 20K on X, which is.
Thank you.
Not easy to do. Never mind, 24.6. So.
30K soon. 30K soon.
I love it. Thank you, Sam. Appreciate it. And. Yeah, we will catch you hopefully in like another 2 weeks. Hopefully we got to get you bi-weekly. Get your thoughts.
Yep. Let's do it.
All right. Thank you, Sam.
Later, Sam.
And then there was the milkman.
You know what? A glass of chocolate milk is what the doctor ordered. I'm going to have one when I get home.
Bro, what are we drinking tomorrow on the stream is my question.
Chocolate milk.
No, we're not drinking freaking chocolate milk, bro.
Why not?
Do not show up to your first live stream with chocolate milk, bro. We're not doing that.
Blueberry pomegranate yogurt?
I want hardcore liquor, bro. I want the type of liquor that I take one sip of it and I'm zooted, bro. That's what I want.
You don't drink.
Well, I'll drink tomorrow. I drink on special occasions.
Okay. I mean, I have a bottle of Johnny Blue and some other stuff, so.
Wait, what's Johnny Blue?
Exactly. What's Johnny Blue exactly?
American singer, songwriter, and record producer who was born and raised in Los Angeles. Oh, you're talking about the Scotch whiskey, Johnny Blue.
You know, we all know that you know what it is for obvious reasons. So
No. The only whiskey I know very well is Black Label because I'm Indian and Indians drink so much of that shit. But Johnny Blue, I've never actually heard of.
So I made some moves today.
Okay.
Before the bell, I made some moves. I exited a large portion of SL.
Of what?
SL Green.
Ah, so can you give a little refresher for those that don't know this name?
Yeah, so when the regional banking crisis happened, I did a lot of research on commercial real estate because obviously, you know, being in New York and working in the city, I firsthand from my eyes about how many people are in there, of walking through Midtown, and it didn't seem as if it was the drastic situation that was being portrayed in the financial news world. So then I started really going through the comptroller reports and looking at how many people are actually riding the subway and taking the LIRR, which is the Long Island Railroad from Long Island in Manhattan, and how many people were taking Amtrak in. And then I looked at it compared to how many places theoretically were doing a hybrid schedule. And then when I correlated to the point where accounting for a 3-day work week instead of 5-day work week in office, it was virtually the same amount of rides at a discounted rate. So started looking at the bigger office players, and SL Green seemed very interesting. At the time, it was trading at like $22, $23 a share. The book
And
value
again,
was,
SLG is New York City's largest commercial landlord.
yeah, their occupancy rate was over 90%. Their book value was 67 or 65 at the time before they started selling some buildings. But you were getting it for like 30%, 35% book value. So I bought a bunch. I know Chris bought a bunch. I think you bought some.
I bought very little. I made some money on it, but very little.
I've been in it for a long time. I've had covered calls that I've been writing, and then I got stuck, so I started rolling. I actually bought them back today and sold a large portion of the position. And then I bought 2 of your favorite companies.
You bought Hood and Palantir? You bought the dip on Palantir?
No.
You know, I bought the dip on Palantir at 170.
I saw that you may have bought the dip on Palantir.
I bought the dip. Okay, what? So what? You bought BMNR and NVIDIA?
I bought some more BMNR. And, you know, I didn't have zeros at the end of my position in NVIDIA. So I was forced to buy more NVIDIA.
Okay, so 2 names you've been aggressively continuing to add to.
And I don't have a crystal ball. I do not know what NVIDIA is going to do, but I left cash there in case it comes down. It goes back to 175 so I can buy more.
So you're kind of consolidate. I mean, I don't think you're ever going to consolidate your portfolio because you own a lot of names, but at least in terms of the free cash you have, you're consolidating into ETH and
I don't have any better ideas right now. I don't think that we're going to see a quarter where NVIDIA is going to not do well for the next several quarters. Eventually, I think I'm going to have to get out of NVIDIA. I don't think that's going to be for 2 or 3 years at this point. Eventually, I want to get out, but I do think that NVIDIA is going to be in a good position for at least the next 18 months.
I don't hate it. No, I think it makes sense. I do think there's other opportunities out there, but I think these 2 are so consolidated for you in terms of, like, if they run, they're going to really do you well, you know? So
look, there's other opportunities. There's obviously other opportunities. These are what I feel comfortable with right now. And I think the next big thing, like, I've really been kicking around the ideas. This is going to sound so silly to a lot of people because it's so obvious, but nobody's really thinking about it. Energy is the next big thing to go. I don't see how you can have this much build out that's going to happen in the next 2 years and energy stay where it is.
Well, dude, the reason Oklo is worth freaking 20 billion is because everyone expects them to have massive deals around AI and energy, or energy to supply the AI demand that is happening in this country. And then eventually that's globally. So I think that's, I mean, okay, so if energy is the sector, then is there a couple picks there that you really like?
There's a couple I'm looking at. I'm going to make a prediction. May not happen. There's other people that know a lot more than we know than me about this, but Occidental is going to get acquired by somebody. I think that selling this unit to Berkshire is a prerequisite for a takeover from one of the bigger players.
Would the government allow consolidation to that extent with Occidental?
I think so. Because you still have Occidental is not a super major. You still have Exxon, you still have Chevron, still got Conoco, you still got BP. And then you have all the the smaller ones, Diamondback, Devon. Devon's interesting. I got to do more research on them. Look, energy is a sector that's fickle, but we're going to need, when I read through the EIA report, when I look at the chart on month-over-month production for the past decade, it is up and to the right. I think that energy is going to be a spot that does well, and we'll see. I think there's some plays. I got to flush it out a little bit more, though.
Yeah, I can't disagree, dude. This is, and you know, we'll do a lot more content going into 26 about kind of planning for that year, but energy's got to be on the list. I think crypto's still got to be on the list. I think big tech has to be on the list, but I think energy, it's got to be there. Utilities, essentially, is what we're saying.
NextEra Energy is interesting. They just got approval for reopening another nuclear plant. So there's a couple of utilities. I like them in Southern Company. I need to do more research on, but they both have nuclear exposure. So if nuclear becomes a big trend the way it is, I think they can both do well.
Yeah, and it feels so obvious, right? Like energy, you're gonna need it. You're gonna need a lot more of it. There's gotta be areas of the market that have yet to be discovered. Like Chevron, I don't know if that's gonna massively run, but there's definitely smaller players than that in energy.
So the interesting thing about Chevron is people are not, when you look at the chart, Chevron, you're basically getting Hess for free right now because they just finished the acquisition.
Yeah.
This is going to be a significantly different company in a year from now with free cash flow once everything is up and running all together. And I think you start seeing the consolidated results next quarter. I think next year is going to look significantly different from free cash flow. And I think that Chevron is undervalued. But once again, you look at the free cash flow it spits off, you look at the market cap, to me, it's a no-brainer. So it's just one of those things. We're going to need a lot more energy during the build-out phase, and then when all these data centers are up and running. So these companies are going to run at some point. I just don't know when.
Rango saying, take a look at Bloom Energy. They're landing contracts left and right. Yeah, see, there's got to be some work done on these companies before 2026 because.
Ask him, isn't Bloom more on the battery side? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I don't fully know.
I could be wrong, but I think that they have something to do with battery storage.
But this chart is crazy, bro. I feel like in 26, we're going to see a lot more charts like this in energy.
Yeah. Plug Power just got some big thing and upgrade, I think.
Plug Power got upgraded because hydropower is being used as, or being seen as one of the next big tailwinds to supply data centers. Like, who would have thought? And it's heavily shorted, so you got to squeeze here. Like,
and I think a lot of pipeline companies are being disrespected right now.
I agree with you on that. I 100% agree. So shut down for 3 days, markets at all-time highs. Do you feel frothy or bubbly or anything like that? I think we lost.
Amit, I just pulled into the garage. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. You want to take a couple minutes and rejoin? Okay, I think we'll give him a couple minutes. Yeah, he'll be back in a bit. Yeah, I think energy is a big one, dude. I think energy is absolutely a big one, and it's something I'm going to try to do some deep dives on as well to get a better understanding of it. Dude, he's not gonna do like, I don't even want to recommend grab anymore. Like, he's just like, Steve is so like, I don't care about it, that it is what it is. He doesn't care. He doesn't care. Not much you can do. Triple V texted me today. He said he sold Meta puts 700 for next week. So he is willing to take some ownership of Meta at 700 if we do get the bounce there. 710.18 was the low. I think on Wednesday it was like 710.05. So it is close. But that one is down. Can we talk grab? We talked about it yesterday. Oh, by the way, thank you for bringing it up again. I totally forgot about this. Anthony Tan. So yesterday was the news about their Mongolia expansion with this new SaaS product. Anthony Tan did an interview with the Wall Street Journal today. This dude is doing like a podcast every other week, and he has not done this over the past 3 years. So to me, that's bullish. I'll link it right here in the chat. Mike posted it. It's a 30-minute conversation on X. I mean, I don't know, dude. I haven't listened to the full thing yet, but like CEOs doing interviews with major financial brands for the first time in a couple of years, definitely not bearish. Seems like he is embracing the moment. The stock is obviously doing decent for the year. I mean, up 25%. So I think you do have more excitement around the company wanting to embrace media. And that's definitely not bad. So there's the link right there in the chat for anyone who wants to watch the interview. Again, we talked about Palantir today. There was an article by Reuters that stated that their defense army contract has an issue because there are faulty forms of communication, was the exact way Reuters framed it. It's kind of been disproven by a variety of sources, one being the CIO of the Army, Chief Information Officer, which I think is a pretty decent source. So that's why I bought the dip today. I'm not saying 171 is cheap. I'm just saying down 10% on one of my biggest holdings. I'm probably going to buy that dip. And so, yeah, I don't think that's a big deal. But we're going to see how the market reacts to it over the coming weeks. They also mentioned Andro, dude. If Andro was a public company today, their stock would be down. But like, it's like they tried to go after both of those guys. Okay, I saw this headline. Snapchat is putting a paywall on memories. This seems comical to me, but I want to confirm if it's true. First of all, it is bullish Snapchat because they're going to find a way to make some money. But a paywall on memories is wild, bro. Like, you can't go down into your memories and see stuff. Okay, it looks like it's based on storage. For the vast majority of Snapchatters who have less than 5 gigabytes of memories, nothing will change. For Snapchatters with more than 5 gigabytes of memories, meaning thousands of snaps, we are rolling out new options to upgrade. Okay, so that is kind of okay. I mean, I don't know how many people use Snapchat to the extent where they would have 5 gigabytes of memories. Now, granted, if you take a lot of videos on Snapchat and stuff with your friends, like, videos add up pretty quickly in terms of storage. But they've never charged for this. I don't think that's a crazy thing to charge for it, but I do think it's showing how dire of a situation they're in, which is that they need to literally charge for you to access your memories from years ago because they can't cover those costs anymore. And it's not like Snapchat's a data storage company. I mean, the reason Google Cloud charges for storage is because Google Cloud, the whole premise of it is to store tons and tons of files, data, videos, etc. Like, it's a cloud, essentially, platform for you to store your data. And so, like, I pay for, I don't know, I think I pay $10 a month for that or whatever. But I don't think of Snapchat as a place where I store my data or store photos and videos. I just think of it as a place where I take photos and videos and it naturally gets stored there. And it looks like they're trying to monetize that. The stock is up 4%. Up 4% on that. I thought they were a camera company. Yeah. I think they're trying to do a bunch of different things. I did not buy Next Decade yet. I did not buy that yet. I do think it's a buy here, dude. The insiders have been buying at basically 650 to 750. So I didn't buy it yet, but I'll probably buy 1,000 shares next week, and we'll just hold out long term. But again, we cannot expect a massive move on that. Matt has said time and time again, you're buying this for 10 years. It's undervalued. The insiders are buying, so he's very confident about it, but that doesn't mean it goes to 10 overnight. At the end of the day, it's oil and gas. That's going to take time for revenues to show up, especially since they're not at the stage that VG is at. But he does like next decade more than VG. So we'll probably buy a little bit of that. Also, it's down this year, right? So you want something that's a little bit of a deal, hopefully. What's the deep dive link again? It's amitsdeepdives.com. Dude, thank you guys for subscribing to that. I think we are at 5,200 subscribers. So yeah, deeply appreciate that. Again, there will be no paywall on this. It will be completely free. There will never be a paywall on this. So all the deep dives, and I'm really excited for it because again, I'm really into challenging myself to understand a lot more companies. And there's plenty of requests, so I will be very busy doing this every month. But yeah, I deeply appreciate the 5,200 people that have subscribed to that. So amitsdeepdives.com should get you there. Steve, you're back. Okay, he's probably getting ready. We'll get him on.
Hey.
Oh, there you are. There you are. You're good. Yeah, we'll get him on in a second. He's probably setting up his computer. Chris and Matt have also made a video on VG and Next. Also, Matt has written a couple Seeking. Let me link Matt's Seeking Alpha articles about Next because you are right. He has written a ton of those. So I'll try to find that as well. What do you think of Next Era? I do not know that company as well as Steve. But I think Steve has some thoughts on that. B-Fly pump today. This is I've heard of this name, 17%. It's a micro cap, 585 million, medical imaging device. Do not know enough about them, but yeah, they've had an up and down year, lots of pumps and then eventual dumps. But today, that's up 17%. If it says not a secure website, it's because I made the domain yesterday. So yeah, you can click advanced and it all it does is take you to the link to subscribe. That's all. But it might say not secure because the domain was bought yesterday. Bitcoin exchange balances available to trade dropped to a 5-year low. So the crypto markets, again, they added a ton of market cap and then they gave back a decent chunk of it. But Bitcoin's still holding to 122, which I am a fan of seeing. Because, I mean, dude, Bitcoin was at 108 last Wednesday or last Sunday. So the fact that this one has had a basically $12,000 candle or $14,000 candle in 5 days is nice to see. So we're seeing some love on Bitcoin. New all-time high over the weekend. The weekend's going to be tricky. Either it's going to be a new all-time high or it's going to be an ugly Sunday drop, which is kind of what happened 2 weeks ago. But we will find out for Bitcoin. All right, so when Steve gets on, we'll get some more of his thoughts. But I think those are some of the main headlines, dude. I think that's pretty much it for today. We had that Hamas announcement right at the close. I'll see if there's any coverage on that. But outside of that, it's pretty much got for what we got for a week. Amit, can you show us what you look for when researching a stock? I'm working on a video on that. We're going to do a presentation on at least my version of how I do DD. And, everyone has different perspectives on it, but definitely we'll be coming out with that video, hopefully in like a couple weeks. And I have a 3-step process, and it's actually really simple. The hard part about due diligence is all of the work you have to do to read and listen to a lot of different interviews and conversations and earnings calls, which if you enjoy doing that stuff, it's not that bad. But there's 3 umbrellas of categories that I focus on when it comes to due diligence. And that is how I start with every company. All right, here's some coverage on the Hamas news.
Response to President Trump's peace proposal for the Gaza Strip. A seemingly positive response here from Hamas to the president. They say in this very long statement, a key section here is they say, in order to achieve a cessation of hostilities and a complete withdrawal from the Gaza Strip, the movement announces its agreement to release all Israeli prisoners, both living and dead, according to the exchange formula contained in President Trump's proposal, provided the field conditions for the exchange are met. They also say the movement also renews its agreement to hand over the administration of the Gaza Strip to a Palestinian body of independents or technocrats based on Palestinian national consensus and Arab and Islamic support. So this would seem to be an acceptance of much of what President Trump laid out in his proposal. I will point out, Morgan, the language here is a little bit conditional. So we'll have to see what the diplomats make of this, because they're saying that they are prepared to release all the Israeli prisoners, both living and dead, provided the field conditions for the exchange are met. Not clear to me on first read exactly what field conditions are met might mean and how much wiggle room that gives Hamas here. But this White House may be encouraged by this statement. I just spoke very briefly with Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary. She was just receiving this news at that time, and she was on her way to talk to the Secretary of State and get the official U.S. government response. So I expect we will have a response here from the White House.
All right. Don't have the response from the White House yet, but we should be getting that response, and that could be definitely something the markets care about in terms of less geopolitical instability. Steve, you're back, and you look like a finance bro.
Why?
Is that a Patagonia vest, bro?
I don't know what brand it is. It's a vest. It was cold in my office.
Dude, you're a finance bro. You look exactly what the guys walking out of Goldman Sachs in New York and JP Morgan look like. BlackRock and Blackstone.
So I apologize. Normally it doesn't cut off that bad in the garage. So,
bro, you're this is what I'm saying. You are a finance bro. This is what they wear.
Is it really?
Dude, it's the vest. Look at this. You're a finance bro.
Do you even know what show that's from right there?
I do. Don't disrespect me, Steve.
What is it? Go back. No, go back. Go back.
I know what show that's from.
To the other picture. What show is that from?
It's from Friends. No, I'm just kidding. It's Silicon Valley.
You actually got it right?
Dude, I watched Silicon Valley 5 years ago. I watched it.
Silicon Valley is a great show.
It's a great show.
Love that show.
I love that show.
I'm proud of you.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Dude, you know Mike Novogratz was on the channel yesterday, and he referenced Wolf of Wall Street. He was making a point, and I was able to nod my head in full agreement with the way he set up the point. And it was a great feeling, dude. It was really a great
feeling that you didn't have to lead somebody on, right?
I mean, but then he started talking about something else at the end, and I was just like, and he laughed, and I was like, and that was because I had no idea what he was talking about.
Before we go to your government shutdown question, there was something that came across my YouTube feed, Logan Paul's top 5 movies. So I clicked on it. It was an 8-minute thing, and him, Mike, and somebody else were talking. I gotta say, they were talking about a lot of really good movies. One of Logan Paul's favorite movies is Inception, one of your favorite movies.
It is, dude, it's basically the best movie of all time.
It's not get crazy, but it's a good movie.
Inception is top 5 objectively. Like, there's no debate about that. But he did say his favorite movie was The Godfather, and I agreed. I said it was a classic. I didn't say I watched it. I said it was a classic. So, okay. Which I'm right. It is a classic. I don't have to watch it.
You're 100% correct about that. And one of the things, I talked to one of my buddies who's a big movie buff. Him and I are going to do something on the YouTube channel, and we're just going to do like movie review stuff.
I love it.
Got a hot take. After the 6th Steven Seagal movie, the rest are horrible, but there are 6 good Steven Seagal movies.
I agree with you. 100%.
Yeah, can you name the character he played in the 6 good ones?
Dude, I don't need to know what you're talking about to agree with you. I agree with you. I bought Rocket Lab. I don't know what it did. I just agreed with Matt.
Okay.
Like, yep,
good, you made money. So, government shutdown. I believe we've had 11 since 1980.
Yeah.
I think the longest one was in Trump's first term, and the other one was mid-90s. I don't remember how many days. It was less than a month. Look, nobody should want a government shutdown. You don't want people potentially losing their jobs, not getting paid. I dislike what's going on, but from an investing standpoint, ultimately the markets have gone up. Maybe not immediately, but the long-term trend is every sell-off has gotten bought. problem this time around is I think it's at a very bad time where if this becomes an extended shutdown, you could see a lot of job loss at a time where AI and robotics is picking up, which could make it harder for those jobs to be replaced. And I think that is what has me worried this time around, because we're starting to see with unemployment numbers continuously going up over the past year. So I hope that this gets resolved next week.
Yeah, I hope so too. I also think there's going to be some capitulation from both sides, and it'll be over.
Yeah, I want cooler heads to prevail on both sides. I want this to get resolved, and I want to move forward in the best way possible for the American people. I mean, this is just, I really hope that we don't have both sides digging in and this become a multi-month thing. That wouldn't be good for anybody.
Let me put a poll in the chat if people think it could become multi-month. I don't see it lasting more than 2 weeks. I think, let's do, how long for a shutdown? Let's do 2 weeks or 2 weeks plus.
Cash King, Pereira this weekend? What's going on?
Oh, dude, are the Yankees in the World Series?
No, it's we just had the wild card.
No, but when is the World Series?
Late October.
So who's going to be the two teams, do you think, in the World Series?
I think it's going to be a rematch, Yankees-Dodgers.
That was last year?
Yeah.
Who won in that one?
Dodgers.
Oh, were you upset when that happened last year?
Very.
Okay, so you think they're going to get the revenge this year?
Look, I have to be objective. The Dodgers are a great team.
Okay.
I have to be really objective. They're such a good team. I think the Yankees are going to have their hands full. It is not going to be easy, and I think the Dodgers are the favorite to win right now.
I forgot World Series happens in October, dude, because usually the big things happen in summer for basketball and then February Super Bowl for football. But yeah, MLB happens.
Look, I was on an emotional roller coaster the past couple of days. Really emotional roller coaster.
Did you lose money on the Yankees?
No. We don't bet the Yankees during playoffs.
How long have you been a Yankees fan?
My whole life.
Oh, okay, so that's why you're heavy in it.
Yeah.
I'm a Yankees fan too. I'm a New York guy. So,
well, it's going to be the best thing that happened with baseball is a pitch clock. Like, thank God Manfred got a pitch clock in there, because it is so much more tolerable to watch baseball games now.
I've never watched a baseball game because I don't know how anyone watches a baseball game. I don't know how you watch that.
Well, it used to be 4 or 5 hours. Now games are 2-3 hours. So
yeah,
much better.
Yeah, I don't know how people watch it, but
regardless, I think we're ultimately going to be okay.
So you don't think we're frothy right now?
I mean, what's frothy? Every time the market gets what people say is frothy, it sells off and it keeps going up.
Well, there's so many people saying it's frothy. It's enough.
But are earnings expanding is the question.
So, and I actually forgot to show this in the morning, but there was a note that came out, I think, from one of the big banks, and they were like, dude, we think earnings for Q3 is going to really be good.
Yeah, really good.
Oh, yeah, Deutsche Bank. They said 11% growth in Q3. I mean, if that continues, bro, we can get double-digit growth.
We're not at a point where I'm worried about earnings being too big of a valuation. I think there's pockets of the market that are expensive, but overall, I think there's spots you can invest in, and I think there's no bad time to buy the S&P, in my opinion. Like, I look at everything as the S&P, not individual companies, and I don't have a crystal ball. But based on everything I've seen in the past, whether you have to wait 6 months or a month or a day or a year, eventually the market's correct and go back up. So if you have a long-term horizon, what are we going to do? Put it in a money market?
No, but actually, money market's got $50 billion this week, which is.
I looked at it last night. It doesn't make sense. 7.48 trillion. Like, come on.
But it bolsters the bull case, right? Because eventually it's going to leave, right? Eventually. Let me pull up a chart.
I thought it would have left already at least $1 billion or two because short-term rates are under 4%. The 3-month T-bill is 3.98% as of yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, look at. Let me go to 2008. If we look at 2008 to now, so 2009, we had, this was, you guys see this, right? Yeah. 2009, we were at 3.8 trillion. Okay. That was like during great financial crisis. That came all the way down to 2.8. So we went from 3.8 at the height of Q4 2008, which was getting into January 2009, down to 2.8. That's $1 trillion that left the money markets. That's when rates basically became zero. And then from 2010 to call it 2018, you say it's stuck at 2.8 to maybe 3.1 trillion. Only in 2020 did we spike up because we printed so much money. And then since then, it's gone up and to the right. What happens when this 7.4 becomes 6.4 trillion?
And I don't think it's going up and to the right more because rates are not as attractive anymore. I mean, you really had that big, like after they did the money printing, it was basically sideways from 2020 to the middle of 2022. And then it took off because you had rates going up to 5% and people buying I-bonds and all this other stuff.
Exactly. And so if we lose $1 trillion from the money market, it's going somewhere and it's probably going to assets, whether that's real estate, crypto, or equities.
I got to answer one question on there. Mark Benware, absolutely.
ET?
ET phone home, right a minute?
I know what ET actually is.
Okay. ET phone home.
Yeah, ET, and you like ET more than Kinder Morgan. So
yes.
Look,
ET is, there are two energy infrastructure companies I absolutely love. ET and Enbridge, and then followed by Enterprise Products Partners.
Yeah. No, I think energy infrastructure is important. It's not going anywhere. Some of these guys pay good dividends. The other
Look at the chart of Enbridge. And you know I've been saying Enbridge for a long time. It finally crossed over 50.
Yeah, sub 60.
I mean, you were able to pick this up at 36, 37.
Yeah.
I mean, and at 50, it still has a 5.5% dividend.
I don't know about Shark Ninja, but Tanner, has Tanner ever told you about Shark Ninja?
Yeah, he's talked to me about it.
Does he actually own it? Because he's loved this name.
I don't know if he owns it, but he has a very good thesis on it.
Okay, so it's up 1% this year, but yeah, I've heard a couple people besides Tanner think that Shark Ninja has a really good growth trajectory.
So let's just answer one more question. Are you talking about real positions or mini positions? Because if you're talking mini positions, well over 100. But real positions.
What was the question?
Over under, Steve has 100 plus positions.
Oh,
I mean, just on my dividend harvesting article that I write on Seeking Alpha, if I remember correctly, I think there's 104 or 105 positions.
What about let's how many positions do you have at least $10,000 in? That's got to narrow it down. But I still think
I don't want to say
you're still above 100. I feel like
I don't want to say.
All right, you're still up there. Look, I like it. You're diversified. I like it. That's how you roll. And you know, the cool thing about you being diversified is you know so many companies.
It makes me follow a lot of things. Like, I know a good amount about a bunch of different sectors because I actually follow these sectors. You know,
yeah.
Like I heard somebody when I was waiting to come in, you were talking about NextEra. NextEra is one of the largest utility companies. It's the largest holding in the Spider Utility ETF. They are not just renewables. They do some natural gas. They own Florida Power and Light, which is huge. You have a lot of growth down there. It's a regulated industry. They have some exposure to nuclear. I mean, huge dividend growth. I think the dividend's still around 2.7%. So I happen to like NextEra.
Okay, let's look at the stock draft. So, guys, Matt is officially back in first place.
Oh, I'm getting killed. There's no question about that.
Matt's at 37.55. I'm at 37.53. So Matt's back in first. Tanner's at 25.3. Steve's at 6.5. Chris is at 11. Steve, all right. So looking at your portfolio now, a couple months after it, is there anything you would change, or you kind of think it's still pretty resilient over the next year?
Yeah, I mean, look, the only thing I would change is I wouldn't have taken HIMS. And everybody knows that followed this, that I took HIMS because I thought I would be able to deal it to somebody who wanted it.
Dude, I offered you Apple for him.
And I should have taken it.
I'm so glad you said no.
I'm aware. I didn't think Apple would do what it did. I was looking for something else. But, yeah.
Okay, so, but anything else that's like a little... No, I mean, MicroStrategy, do you hate that? Or?
I'm not going to say I wouldn't have picked Salesforce or PayPal because I thought they were both undervalued. And they could still do something the next couple of months, maybe not. Netflix, I'm a little surprised that that's down. And, MicroStrategy was a gamble. That was a wild card that I was hoping would do something off of Bitcoin. So,
yeah, and Salesforce and PayPal, I think they could make the portfolio next year if they really outperform. The problem here I see with those is like there's an opportunity cost to them, right? Everyone knows that. There was an opportunity cost with SoFi at 7 for 3 years, but SoFi is a growth stock. There's a retail army behind it, and Noto is the hell of a CEO. Salesforce and PayPal, they might just end up being opportunity costs, right? They might not end up actually doing what a SoFi did, which was stuck for so long and then broke out.
Look, it's a real thing. Opportunity cost is a real thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know about those two, but it feels safer than a lot of other names, right? I mean, if you take away the opportunity cost perspective, because you're getting a deal on PayPal.
I think PayPal is so undervalued, but I mean, who knows? Who knows? And I will answer that other question about this weekend. I mean, look, Pereira's exciting. I like Pereira a lot. I don't think he gets it done.
Me either.
And I really like him. I need to really analyze that fight. But this is going to be a good card. It's going to be a really good card. But it's going to be tough for Pereira. I would not take him on this.
I think Pereira fundamentally, he's going to need to really fight hard to he's
going to need a lot of heart, right?
He's going to need a lot of heart. He's going to need a lot of passion.
Yeah.
And I think, quite frankly, for him to win this fight, he's going to need to fight.
Do you think he listens to No Easy Way Out when he trains?
Oh, dude, I listen to No Easy Way Out every day.
That's why you're Googling it, right? Or are you putting it on so you can play it?
What is No Easy Way? Who?
Oh my God! Come on,
Robert Tepper.
Oh my God!
It's from Rocky IV. That's why you brought it up. Okay.
Yes, the car scene. Oh, phenomenal.
When did it get into the?
Yeah. Oh! Chicken's Worth. Hearts on Fire is one of the greatest songs from Rocky. Burning Heart. I mean, come on. The Rocky IV soundtrack is so good. It's unbelievable. That was one of the, I probably listened to that the most when I was a teenager lifting weights.
I just want to watch it so that if I have a guest on an interview and he references the Rocky IV, I can
I will say that Rocky III may be a tad better. I go back and forth all the time because Mr. T is so freaking good in Rocky III.
Wait, Eye of the Tiger was in Rocky IV?
Yeah.
Oh, that song I know. Everyone knows that song. That was a great song. I didn't know it came from Rocky IV.
It's from a bunch of Rockies. The training montage is the greatest instrumental you'll ever hear. I mean, I've sent it to Amit, but
All right, so first stream this weekend. Are you nervous?
Marna? No, why would I be nervous?
You're not nervous at all for your first stream on YouTube?
I've had to speak in front of 500 people in person. I'm not nervous about. I don't get nervous about talking.
No, I get it, but still, it's not a new thing, but it's your own thing for the first time.
Okay.
So you have no hesitation to.
No hesitation. I mean, I may bomb, but not nervous.
You're not going to bomb, but I'm excited for you. I'm excited for you. The live stream right there, link is already set up so people can check it out. 9:30. Yeah, it'll be fun. It'll be fun. Steve, I'm gonna let you host it, so I'm not gonna ask the questions. I'm gonna let you do your thing, and
I got a few things I'm going to ask you.
it'll be good.
I got a few things I'm going to ask you. It's going to be interesting, and I've been thinking about what I'm going to cover. Like, I'm going to cover a lot of different things. I think people are really going to enjoy it. It's going to be a lot different than other channels because I'm going to go into a wide range from alternative assets. I'm going to do a dedicated stream where I just rip cards and go over grading, like obviously deep dives on individual stocks and really discussing time in the market and doing just a full episode on how I can be so nonchalant when things go bad. Because, and I'm just going to go over all that stuff. I think we need more of that on YouTube.
I agree. 9:30 p.m. Eastern, folks. 9:30 p.m. Eastern. What do you think about gold this year? We haven't talked about that.
You know, it keeps going up, right?
Do you like gold? Have you been historically DCAing into it, or
no? I have not been historically DCAing into it. I probably should have, but I don't know how much more it's going to go up. You know, there's a great YouTube channel, Yankee Stacking. You've probably never watched this guy. He always goes to the gold shop up in New Hampshire, talks to the owner, Tim, all the time. If you're interested in bullion, silver and gold, I really suggest watching this channel. It's very good.
All right, so I guess
oh, look at that. Robert Musso has seen that channel. I love it.
You're gonna need at least one or two mods on your channel because you will have random people that spam stuff. You're gonna need someone to
I don't even know what a mod is.
A moderator.
Okay.
So someone that's just like able to get rid of, like, you'll have crypto spammers randomly come in the chat and stuff. So
no, listen, we'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. You know, I got a wonderful text from my wife and her friend that they're going to order food. So diner is coming to me. Yay. Medium rare.
I feel like your palette on food is as diverse as it is on stocks. Like,
no, it's not. Everybody will tell you I'm a picky eater, even though I don't think I am. I just don't like sushi and I don't like seafood.
That's the only caveat about it. You're not a sushi guy, but outside of that, I feel like
sushi guy. And like, look, I'll eat salmon or something like that, but I'm never ordering seafood if I go to a restaurant. Like, not happening.
Well, why? Why not? Like, sushi's just.
I just don't get excited about it.
If you eat raw steak, you might as well eat raw fish. Like,
it's a lot different.
I'm just saying. I've seen the steak you make. It's
a lot different.
Raw. It's the cow is mooing. That's not.
It's a lot
real
different.
steak. I was telling Ken today when he comes to New York, I'm gonna get you guys some real steaks. And
what do you mean? You mean when you come to New York, not when he comes to New York?
Well, he was texting today when he comes by.
Well, but he lives in New York, so he can't come to New York.
Oh, okay. Then when I come to New York, I guess when all three of us meet, essentially.
So how about when the two of you come to the city?
Yes.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
Dude, I love sushi. Like, I'm not like the biggest enthusiast, but I used to be like you. I hate raw fish. And then one day I tried, I was like, dude, this is great. I love this. So.
Yeah, I'm going to say something that's going to piss off some of your chat. I'm not a Wagyu person. I'm good. Yeah, I'm good with just, you know, I love Snake River Farms and I don't need Wagyu. Like.
But you've had it. Right?
Yeah, I mean, it's good, but it gets very fatty. Like, I like more ribeyes. For me, I'm good with a bone-in ribeye, but I don't want all the fat on it. Like, I'd rather have a porterhouse or a fillet.
I had a porterhouse for the first time at the Brooklyn spot, Peter Luger's, and it was great. Have you tried escargot?
I'm not into it.
But you know what it is, right?
I know what it is. I'm never not trying it.
I had it for the first time in Vegas 3 years ago. Snails. Who would have thought snails would taste good? Snails and bread. It's not too bad. All right, so
My middle name is Steak, so I definitely understand steak. Been a steak fanatic since I was a teenager, and I will take look my own personal opinion. Everybody's got an opinion. I may not be right, but I think Luger's is overrated. Just me.
we've got to actually go to Luger's again. Like, I feel like I haven't been there in so long.
So we should go to controversial. A lot of people, now I can't say it because I haven't been to either of them in a while, but a lot of people that I've talked to have said that the one in Manhasset or Great Neck, I guess it's Great Neck, is better than the one in Brooklyn now.
Really?
Yeah, I've heard that from a lot of people I know.
That's a good point.
There's two of them. And
Oh, I thought there was only one in Brooklyn.
No, there's one in Brooklyn, but there's one in Great Neck on Long Island. Now I've heard that the one in Great Neck is better now than the one in Brooklyn.
Gotcha.
It's very interesting. I mean, I may have to go to both just to see, but I got to tell you, there's a new steakhouse that's Benjamin's in Midtown. It's a couple years old, I guess. So good.
9:30 on Saturday is the first stream for Steve. You eat snails but no mayo? Yeah, dude, I can't do it. Are you a mayo guy, Steve?
No, disgusting.
See, I feel like I never knew that about you. I'm so happy
No,
you said that. Like, we can both agree that's disgusting.
no.
It's not good.
Okay, Quan Tesla, you're right. Because when I was in Billings, Montana, I will tell you that was some of the freshest meat I've ever had. It was just different. It was just different. Crazy.
Yeah. Dude, the French fries with mayo is ridiculous. Like, anyone saying that, and also the people,
I think that's a European thing.
Well, the Europeans are wrong about this, and the Americans that do mayo and ketchup together and make some special sauce. Like, I don't know what you guys are doing. No idea.
Yeah, no, I'm not into that, but
Absolutely no idea. Okay, so why didn't you buy the Palantir dip today?
it's gonna have to keep dipping for me to buy.
But you do it. A 10% dip is not a small
Yeah,
dip.
look, it could be back up soon. I mean, I hope it is for everybody.
So you think Palantir is going to go down below 150?
I'm not saying it is or it isn't.
But what do you said you're waiting for a better dip. You had a 10% dip today. What more dip do you want?
For me to get excited about it, I need to get in a position where it's a lot cheaper for me to get out of
Okay, so what is that? What is that number? It's at what? Like, because it got to 140 and you didn't do anything. So
I want everybody to make money. I don't want it to go down. I'm not selfish.
okay, so give us a number. What number do you think it could get to that gets you excited?
I've already told you that I think it can go under 140.
So 135, you would say, is your target to get excited?
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say that's my target, but I think it can go under 140.
Okay, so basically, you want like a 20%.
Yeah, Actress brings up a good point. Don't make me do that because my sarcastic targets always work out with Palantir. So don't make me do that. Remember when I said, "Oh, why can't it go to 150?" And everyone's like, "Oh, you're crazy." And now it's past it. Don't make me put a low sarcastic target out there.
Look, Steve, I mean, I would agree with you, but then we'd both be wrong.
No, don't. That was good.
Just saying.
That
I
was
would
good.
agree with you on your Palantir take, but then we both would be wrong.
You'll both be wrong. At least it's better for me just to be wrong.
Yes, it's better for
Fine.
you. Guys, was that not fire?
That was good.
I just thought of that on the spot. Was that not just like
That was good.
can I get a clapping emoji in the chat or something? Like, was that not one of the best lines you've heard in your life?
No, yeah, that was good. Give you credit.
No, but no one's giving you credit. No one. Thank you, RB, saying that was very brilliant. Tom Brady says not original. We're gonna ignore that comment. Michael says that was actually good. Thank you, Michael. Hank says W Amit. Thank you, Hank. Bay Ray says Amit. That's an old saying. Sit back down. We're gonna ignore that comment.
I gotta tell you, I'm more excited for Marab tomorrow night than Pereira. Just saying.
No, me too. Me too. Okay, that's definitely not an original line. I'm just kidding here. But
I got a bone to pick with Tops and Fanatics, and I'm gonna have to put a tweet out to Mr. Michael Rubin and Tops Not okay what they did today. Not okay.
What do they do?
So Topps just got the license back from Panini for a lot of sports. So with the license, you're able to use the NBA logos for the teams. Previously, if Topps wanted to make a basketball card, they couldn't put Spurs on a Victor Wembanyama card. Now, Topps just got the license back. This is the first licensed product in a long time for their cards. The drop happened at noon. Hobby boxes were $109 and jumbo boxes were $225, I believe. You couldn't add them to the cart. Like, you could press the button, but it wouldn't add to the cart. And then 10 minutes later, they were all sold out. It's like, come on. I do think, and I'm going to be addressing this in a dedicated video, that these are going to be boxes you pick up and hold because it's Topps' first licensed product for NBA in a very long time. Cooper Flag, if he pans out, is going to be a superstar, and you're going to have his rookies and his rookie autos in these boxes. You're going to have Wembanyama's first authentic autograph card on his second-year card. So it's going to be interesting.
Do you think Fanatics goes public next year?
I wish. If they do, I'll be so happy. I mean, I'll buy it on principle, even if the numbers aren't good. I'll buy a couple shares just for the hell of it, just to be a shareholder because of Topps. I mean, I don't know.
Shout out to JML out at a management conference in Brighton right now. My colleagues are in a free bar. I've snuck back to the hotel room to watch him. Is that wrong?
No, that's awesome.
That is awesome. Dude, someone, what do you say?
Dedication.
It's dedicated. Someone in the market open was in the labor room with his wife on Wednesday, and they were watching the show, and he just sent a super chat to say he was watching. And then on Thursday, they had a baby girl, and he sent a super chat to let us know they had a baby girl. Like, that's just crazy, bro. You'll notice when you start your YouTube channel, people will be watching from, like, you know, people have lives, right? And they could be watching from anywhere. And so it's quite incredible sometimes.
It'll be interesting. And yes, we are going to do dedicated Pokemon streams. I got a surprise. Well, I'll say it here. I'll say it tomorrow also. But Nostalgianomics is going to join me for the first Alternative Asset Weekly. We're going to start it. Going to bring on some people. He's becoming a legend. The guy's amazing. Really amazing.
Yeah, no, that'll be a good stream, man. Alex is a great guy.
Yeah.
Aaliyah says, my BF would rather watch you in the morning than get frisky with me. I love it, dude. This is great. That's dedication to the show, baby. No, babe, I got something to do.
Man, ever since I called Crawford, like, everybody wants my fight picks.
Yeah, I mean, look, I thought Crawford did a really good job landing those punches. Genuinely.
Okay.
So, yeah, I thought he, you know, in all seriousness, I didn't know Canelo was this big of a deal. Like, I've heard his name before, but like, now I get why the fight was that hyped up. Like, Canelo's like a legit boxer.
Well, Dana White also did all the
but during the fight, what?
Dana White also did all the promotion for it also.
Yeah, but during the fight, I wasn't impressed by him. I was like, this guy he was like, I felt like Crawford objectively wiped him off the floor. I know there was
stylistically, it was not a good matchup for Canelo.
Yeah, so that was not, I guess he's an important dude in boxing, but that fight I thought it was obvious Crawford had won. But yeah, he is up in age now as well, so that's
And could we not see Tyson and Mayweather do an expedition? Like, this is getting ridiculous. We don't need any of this.
No, that would be stupid. That would be so freaking stupid.
Not interested at all.
Yeah, I don't want to see that. All right, so I think we're done for the week. It's been a long week, bro.
Has it?
No, this week actually for me felt like a very long week.
It's been a long week for me with work, and I gotta try to write an article tonight and try to do one or two tomorrow. Tomorrow's gonna be a long day. I gotta try to bang an article or two out. Gotta watch a Yankee game at 4. Gotta do a podcast at 9:30. Try to keep myself busy.
Busy.
Oh, you know what I'm going to have to do? I'm going to have to do a tier rating of chocolate chip cookies from the store. Going to have to do it. It needs to be done once and for all.
See, you're very creative, and so
It needs to be done.
This will be a creative outlet for you.
Like, I got to figure out where Entenmann's soft baked cookies fall on the tier list. In fact, I'm going to go get a box and have some today.
Will you ever do a steak cooking stream?
We may do a steak cooking stream over the summer. We may.
Oh, look, I need to learn how to cook a steak, so I'd be down to do that.
Well, how do you want to do it? On an open flame? You want to do a pan sear? What do you want to do?
I just want to make sure it's dead when I eat it. Okay, that's what I want.
Technically, it is dead. It's a piece of meat.
No, it's yours are alive.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are. You're wrong. Like every time I see them, they're alive.
Yeah, and is Oreo Milk's favorite cookie? I can make an argument for that.
Dude, the Oreo. Can we do a poll on that? The Oreo Chips Ahoy debate or chocolate chip cookies debate?
That's not. No, Oreo and Chips Ahoy is not a debate. It's Oreo. Come on.
No, Oreo versus chocolate chip in general.
All right. It depends what you're in the mood for. They're both amazing in their own.
No, but if you had to pick one for the rest of your life, dude, I used to do this debate.
They're both sitting in front of me.
I did this debate when I was in like elementary school, and honestly, I have a pick that I want to say, but I always go back to the other one at the end.
All right. I want to say Oreo, but I think I could get sick of Oreos quicker than chocolate chip cookies, and that scares me.
I 1000% agree because I want to say Oreo, but after you have like 4 or 5 Oreos, it's hard to really
4 or 5. How about like 10 or 20?
Okay, I don't do that many, but the point is like chocolate chip. I think you could legit keep eating without getting bored of it.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like the first couple of Oreos are so good, but I think that you can get bored of them at some point. Whereas chocolate chip cookies, I don't know that I get bored of them.
And there's so many variations to chocolate. For Oreos, it's like just.
I mean, what's your favorite? Forget like bakery or homemade. Just store brands. What are your go-tos?
I don't really eat cookies anymore, dude. But when I was younger, it was Oreo. It was like, and it was Chips Ahoy. Those two were like the core brands.
So I mean, you got a lot of good brands. Like Famous Amos is a great chocolate.
Oh, that's a great one.
It's a great one.
That used to be in the vending machine in high school.
Look, Archway is an underrated chocolate chip cookie. Entenmann's is an S-tier chocolate chip cookie.
Entenmann's a good one. Yep.
And then
Entenmann's does a lot of bakery stuff too.
The Montauk from Pepperidge Farm is an S-tier chocolate chip cookie. And then where do you put Tate's? Because Tate's is really good.
And Tate's is also doing a lot of like 100-calorie type of stuff. Like,
and it's just I'm gonna have to do this at some point in the next couple of weeks. Is just can we figure out? Does anybody know where they get those S-tier things to move everything into? Like, how do you do that when you watch an S-tier video?
I'll show you. It's like a template.
Okay. I gotta do this. I'm gonna do it for movies. Gonna do it for cookies. Do it for yogurt.
Bro, your channel is gonna have so.
We're gonna do it for ice cream. Ice cream. We're gonna get like really in depth, really, because there are flavors from brands that you gotta go by. It's not just flavors, not just brands. There are dedicated flavors from dedicated brands.
Dude, I like it. Food reviews. I like it. Whole different vibe.
It's gonna be interesting. Definitely going to be interesting. All right, man. Anything you want to go over?
No, I'll stay on for a little bit more, but I'll see you tomorrow at 9:30.
Tomorrow at 9:30.
I think Chris will join. Maybe I don't know who else you have that will join.
No, it'll just be me, and I'm gonna bring you on. Then I'm gonna bring Chris on, so the 3 of us can talk. And
okay,
got a few things I want to ask you, and then a few things I want to ask you and Chris. And it's gonna be.
Are these like personal questions or like market questions?
No, market stuff.
Okay, good.
It's called Saturday Night Investing Stream.
Oh, we're definitely not going to talk about investing the whole time. I know we're not.
No, we probably will.
We probably won't.
We'll see.
All right. Well, there is Steve's YouTube. You guys can subscribe to him. 9:30 tomorrow. We'll do the first stream.
Randy, I am seriously considering doing a fight companion type thing, but I mean, Rogan already does it. There's no way I'm as good as Rogan. So,
Bro, they said you need to. They said you need to get Joseph Carlson on this.
look, Sir Joseph Carlson, welcome anytime.
Could you imagine that stream? That would be great.
I'm not calling anybody out. I'm just saying Sir Joseph Carlson is welcome anytime. And I'll refer to him as Sir Joseph Carlson if he comes.
It would be fun. Well, he doesn't do a lot of podcasts and stuff, but it would be cool to just see you guys debate out ideas. I think it would be a fun debate. I don't even think there's that much of a debate. I don't think he, well, I don't know. I don't know if he actually believes Costco over NVIDIA, but he definitely loves Costco.
There's nothing wrong with loving Costco, but there is something crazy about thinking that Costco deserves a higher valuation than NVIDIA. The numbers don't support it.
Tom Lee agreed with you
I mean,
yesterday.
I should have tagged him in that post that I did. I didn't even know that. I wish that the whole Joseph Carlson thing happened after Tom Lee put that out, so I could have tagged him. But he's not wrong.
All right, Steven Fiorillo, thank you.
I'm going to go eat a burger that's medium rare.
Okay, have fun with your burger.
Get my test up, you know?
Do what you got to do. Okay, and seriously, what are we drinking tomorrow? I have to go buy it.
I mean, I don't know. I have a lot of liquor, so I don't know. I'll be drinking scotch, I guess.
You know, I might be home tomorrow, like my parents' house, and they have a lot of alcohol. Dude, they had this little like party last week for like some friends, and there was so much alcohol. And my dad was like, "Why aren't you drinking?" And I'm just like, "Dude, I don't know how to drink."
Do me a favor. Get some vodka, and I'll teach you how to make something.
Dude, vodka's
No. I'm going to teach you how to make something you're going to love.
I know what I'm gonna get. I already know it.
Okay.
I'm getting some Jaeger.
Whoa. Jake Rizzo. Do I like Oban? What are we talking about here? Are we talking about Little Bay? What are we talking about? The distiller one? What do you want to talk about with Oban? Like Oban? Come on now.
Why do you guys hate Jaeger? Jaeger is a great drink.
No, it's not.
It's a phenomenal, just drinking it like even straight. No chaser, no Red Bull is great.
No, in all seriousness, go get some Kettle One. Go get Welch's grape juice. Go get Sprite and go get a lime and make yourself a transfusion. You will thank me. I promise you.
Yeah, but Jaeger will get me fucked up. Jaeger is a freshman year college. Why are you calling me out like that? So that's exactly 100%. What I did freshman year.
100%.
All right, Steve, thank you.
All right. See everybody tomorrow.
Yeah. Talk later.
Later.
All right, folks, we are done. Dude, what a week. What a freaking week. Long week. Crazy week. Hoodie. You know, my sister actually called me yesterday. She like finally called. I was wondering when she was going to call about everything that's been happening because, you know, she hasn't said anything. She called me. First thing she said was, "What is happening? Why is the portfolio up so much?" And I'm like, yeah, I don't know. You know, you got some hood, you got some grab. And she was like, "What is freaking going on?" So I think yesterday was the first day she actually checked her portfolio and she was like, "What is happening?" It's been a life-changing week for a lot of people. Rocket Lab, massive week. Hoodie, obviously just crazy. I mean, dude, I found this old tweet. I mean, I've got a lot of tweets on Hood, but look at this. December 2023. Robinhood thesis. When was this posted? Freaking 2 a.m., bro. 2 a.m. Like, it's just been a long journey analyzing this one. And more than whatever financial gains that exist, I said this with Palantir, it's like the joy of seeing an idea play out into fruition and having a lot of people benefit from that. That is the biggest joy of it. So, and it might not be done for Q4. It really might not. I mean, I don't want to expect more, but if it happens, like, I don't think it would be that crazy to imagine it. Pretty wild. Pretty wild. Enzo, thanks for the $20 super chat. This is the money for you to buy an Aperol Spritz tomorrow. You'll love it. Did I say that correctly? Aperol Spritz? I've heard of this. There's a song called Aperol Spritz by the Kid Leroy. Italian cocktail. How to say? I'm saying it right? Aperol Spritz. Let's make sure. How much was Hood then? Dude, it was $8.50 that night. The reason I wrote that thesis is because the next morning I was planning to really buy in, and it jumped up to like $8.70 by the morning, and then it got to $10 that day.
Aperol Spritz. Okay,
cool. Aperol Spritz, not bad. All right, we got about let's do like 10 more minutes, and then I'll get out of here. I think we kind of did a little bit of this last Friday, and so I think we can kind of make this like a little bit of a Friday thing. But what is going on in your life? Let's do that. What is new? What's going on in your life? You know, we talk a lot about the markets, what's happening in my life, but very curious for those that are here on a Friday that are watching. Thank you for being here. I mean, any big things? Anyone get promoted at a job? Anyone? We did this last week, and it was kind of fun just getting to hear from everyone else. Did anyone buy a pet or anything? Like, is anyone doing the New York City Marathon? I think it's cool to just hear from a lot of different perspectives. The person that said that they had a baby girl, which her name was Isabella, by the way, for those that were asking, and they were watching me in the delivery room, that was just like crazy, bro. But the fact that they were sharing the show and the chat and the community with their new daughter, like that to me is just so freaking special. It was so cool to see. By the way, I did an interview with someone. So if anyone wants to watch this on Twitter, you can check it out. It's not on YouTube, I think, but it's on Twitter. It's like 30 minutes, and you guys can check that out. There it is right there in the chat. It's a kid named Charlie. He's like 21, fresh out of college, or he's in his last year of college. So I did an interview with them, if anyone wants to watch that on Friday. Al just says, my GF cheated on me. Okay. That sucks. Hoping that you can get through that. I mean, definitely not the best feeling, I would imagine. Dude, I feel like in that scenario, you've got to just completely rework your mindset and be like, okay, cool, whatever. You know, it is what it is, and you kind of just move on. Yoshi says, I have 3 exams in uni next week. Dude, I forget some of you guys are in university. And it's kind of wild because, you know, you still have to deal with exams. Doug says, just had my youngest first birthday. I love it. That is incredible. Arthur says, I'm trying to find a job. Dunn said, I'm unemployed, working out in the gym, making my head clear. You know, that is one of the best ways to actually get your head clear, going for a walk, running, all those different things. At least I've noticed as well. Helps for that. What is the average age of our community? I think it's in the late 30s, early 40s. We've done a poll a bunch of times on this. Late 30s, early 40s is around the average. I think we have some newer, younger people here, but late 30s, early 40s. And that makes sense, right? Because to invest, you need to have a little bit of money. You get older, you make some money, then you care about content around where to put that money. So demographically, it makes sense. Siege, thanks for the $20 super chat. I have nothing to add. Siege, I hope you're doing well. Siege, I want to be as drunk tomorrow night as you were at the meetup, bro. I want to be wasted tomorrow night like you were at the meetup. I think I need the Jaeger. I need the Jaeger to do it. Rambler says I got laid off my company. We've seen there's been a decent chunk of comments over the past couple of weeks, to be honest, when we've talked about the labor market of people getting laid off. I think it is a very important subject. I don't know what the world looks like when AI actually does commoditize a decent chunk of jobs. But it's real. It's very, very real. And I think more and more people are feeling the extent of it. And if you're in that camp, you definitely think rates got to come down, because if it even incentivizes employers to hire more, if rates come down, that in and of itself could be massive for the job market. Zoko says, I'm going to attempt a 24-hour fast tomorrow. I haven't ate anything all day, so I don't know if I'll finish eating nothing today, but yeah, I think last time I did a 24-hour fast was in May of 2020. I think I told you guys it was May of 2024. I just did it to kind of clear my system, and I loved it. I've never done 48 hours. The 48 hours is different. The people that do 72 hours is crazy, but 24 hours fast definitely help. Azure says, I started a YouTube channel talking about stocks in Germany, inspired by you, Amit. Watch you every day for almost a year now. I love it. Azure, thank you for being here. And congrats on starting the YouTube channel. I think the advice whenever you start something new is you just go out and do it. That's it. One the question that the kid asked, it was a great question. He actually asked some really good questions. He said, what is what's something you believe in that the rest of the world doesn't believe in? And I told him in this interview, like, the biggest thing I think people get wrong about building a brand is they try to make money too quickly, and they don't do it for the love of actually creating something and putting something out into the world. So when you do that, like, the money eventually will find you, but people are so obsessed about that short-term dopamine of like, I'm making money off my whatever. It screws up the ability to actually build the brand. And it's so logical. It's very logical. Like, just if you build authentically, eventually you'll figure it out, and the money will find you. But it is not something easy for people to wrap their minds around. Pickleball says, what, you all have jobs? I thought we all just sit around with the mitt all day. I mean, that's basically what it is. That's even with everyone that has jobs. We all just sit around and look at candles. Bayray says, I can't wait to do a 2-week fast of this stream. You know, Bayray talks a lot of shit for someone that, let's just say, I'm not even going to say it. He already knows what I'm going to say. I'm not even going to say it. Bayray talks a lot of shit, and I like it. He's good at talking shit. He knows how to talk shit. But he's a young whippersnapper. Dude, I can say that now. I'm 28. I get to say that. He's a young whippersnapper that is killing it in the markets. Name 2 players on the Knicks, Karl Anthony Towns and Jalen Brunson. Come on, bro. New York. I'm New York. Come on, bro. I am New York. Amit, what is a realistic portfolio size relative to monthly expenses to be able to comfortably do this full time? It is tough, bro. We've had this conversation on the channel so many times. I think it's to do trading full time, investing full. It's different, right? Because if you're really good at trading and you live in like Alabama or something, I mean, you kind of don't need the portfolio. But if you live in San Francisco and you're like decent at trading, it varies. I think the average number we all came up with is like a couple million, like roundabout, to really feel safe. But then again, if you're living in like Mississippi, you might not need a couple million because your cost of living is so depressed compared to if you lived in New York. So it's a very subjective number, but it's enough where you have to be comfortable that you could have a lot of losing trades or losing months, or the market, goes down 20, 30%, and you're still able to deal with your monthly expenses. I feel like that's at least one barrier to or at least one filter to understand how much do you actually need. You aren't 28. We got 26 days left. No, 25 days. 25 days countdowns. Will Steve ever come to your meetup? I think in New York he might. He doesn't really go out much. Like, we've been to dinner and stuff, but he doesn't really care that much about like going out to places. So I don't know if he ever will, but maybe in New York he would come through. Sam says, I'm starting my role next week as a Gen AI solution consultant at a Fortune 500 company. Awesome. Very cool. I mean, getting those consulting roles, especially around generative AI, very lucrative at this moment, because obviously that's what every single company is trying to figure out on their AI strategy. So awesome stuff for that. Someone said I did a 9-day fast. Goodness, dude. A 9-day water fast. That was crazy. Have you ever been to Steve's house? No. I've never been to Steve's house. Steve has like 2 different apartments that he kind of owns together. And like one of the apartments is like basically his office, and the other apartment is where he lives. So he was a pretty dope. But I've FaceTimed with him and I've seen his spot. Birthday stream. Birthday is on Thursday. Yeah, no. Birthday is on Monday. Yeah, the birthday stream is going to be the market open. So no need to have like a separate stream. We'll just analyze the markets as we always do. That is pretty much it. Nitin, thank you for becoming a channel member. Another year to greatness. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for being here, and thank you for becoming a channel member. David, thanks for the super chat. OpenAI announced they acquired ROI, a personalized investing finance app. Do you think OpenAI will try to compete with Robinhood? I don't think OpenAI will try to compete in the brokerage space. I think there will be a rise of finance products, and I actually have looked into this a little bit, that basically say connect your bank account, connect your Robinhood, connect your Credit Karma, connect all of the financial things that you use on a daily basis to like keep up with your net worth, your debt, your credit cards, all that stuff. And there will be financial LLMs that just aggregate all that data and give you the best insights from it. Now, this is already being done in a lot of different ways with the legacy products, but I have not seen a tech company that's like a startup really nail this concept. But it's happening. It's absolutely happening. And I wouldn't doubt OpenAI would try to do this. Grok will try to do this. But I think a lot of these startups, speaking of startups, my boy, I got a call last week from a friend that I haven't talked to since 2016. The last time I talked to this guy, I beat him in a debate round. Like I legit beat, honestly, I whooped his ass in a debate round. And this was at a New York tournament in April of 2016. Haven't heard of this guy. I haven't talked to, I mean, I followed him on Instagram, but I haven't talked to him in 10 years. He hits me up on LinkedIn out of all places. And he's like, hey man, I know we haven't talked in a while, but I've been tracking your journey. Been seeing all the content. Yeah, I'm launching a startup. You want to invest? And I see that message. And then he sends another message and he tells me the lead VC in the round. And this is a VC that like, I responded in 0.2 seconds. He was probably weirded out how I responded that quick, but I was just like, how did you get them to invest? Because I can't say anything about it. And the public cannot invest yet. So before anyone asks, hey, can I get it? Like they are completely booked. He wants to put me in as like a strategic angel just because he really loves the content. And it is somewhat synergistic in the world of finance, but it's more like a social product. It's a very different idea, but he had a VC take the entire, like 100% of the round. They're opening up a little bit of an allocation for angels. And I was like, how did you get these guys to invest? And then he was like, let's get on a phone call. So we FaceTimed like 10 minutes later and he walks me through the deck. He walks me through his journey for the past 10 years. The dude has just been crushing it in all different parts of life. And then he walked me through how they got this major VC that does not make investments like this, especially in this space. The last time they made investments like this was almost a decade ago. And so the point of bringing this up is like, it is so crazy how things come full circle. Because then immediately I was like, all right, I'm in. I'll invest. Like, because first of all, if this shit takes off, I got to have something in for him to not talk to me for 10 years and hit me up means that obviously, he's kept up with the journey and he would value my input as an investor. But then B, it's just like the cap table he has is ridiculous. And if I had not started YouTube or creating content or build his brand, there was no way he would ever hit me up to even think of being an angel, because why would he care? So yeah, having smart friends, but he's not even a friend. He's just this guy who I whooped in a debate round back in 2016, multiple times. We actually debated like 3-4 times I don't know. Actually, there is one time where he beat me. There is one time he definitely beat me. And it was annoying that he beat me, because everyone in the round knew I should have won, but I made a mistake. This is not like the Denmark situation where I blamed the judges. I like fully made a mistake. And I sat down. I remember this. This was 2015 November. This was at the Scarsdale Invitational in New York. I sat down and I was like, as soon as I sat down after my last speech, I looked around and I could see the gasp that the audience was making, because there was this one argument I didn't respond to. And in debate, sometimes if you miss an argument, you lost. And I completely lost. So he definitely mispronounced the word. I definitely probably mispronounced some words, but no, was it when you said strength? Okay, people are being funny here. But no, I definitely lost that round. He beat me, but then I beat him a decent chunk of more times. In the last debate we had in April, I beat him. And so to not talk to someone for 10 years and for them to hit you up, is kind of wild. And then the startup idea is pretty damn cool. I don't know if it's going to work, but like, given the nature of the investors he got in, it's worth taking a shot. And I also want to start doing that, dude. I want to start like diversifying the portfolio into like these strategic bets, because you never know, right? You throw a little bit of money at something, and if you're able to get the connections where someone values your input, you know, in 5 years, maybe that massively outperforms the market, maybe it goes to zero. The odds are it goes to zero because it's really freaking hard to build a startup. But if it doesn't, then it might end up working. So it's pretty cool. But yeah, it's all about like putting out like, so the reason I even went on that tangent was because someone said they started a YouTube channel. It's like, you just never know what happens when you start it, you build it, and then, you know, connections potentially could be made. But it also could, you know, fail and just lose all your money. So I don't know. It's definitely a hit or miss when it comes to a lot of this stuff. Azure, thank you again for the super chat. Honestly, you're one of the most genuine, honest people I've ever seen, even though I only met you through YouTube. Hope to see you at a meetup in Germany. Yeah, Germany's on the list. I really appreciate that. I would love to meet everybody in Germany. It's not A16Z. A16Z does a lot of investments. This is one of the VC funds that is not as active, but when they make an investment, you like really pay attention because you're like, holy crap, like these guys don't invest that much. A16Z, I feel like they just splatter money everywhere, and it's worked out for them, but they're a bit more active. But yeah, Germany, dude, I'm excited for Germany. I don't know when we're going to do it. I have to talk to a lot of people to figure it out. It's a brand new country, so a lot of logistical challenges, but the Miami meetup was awesome, and just getting to see people face to face and talk to them and hear their stories. I definitely want to do that across the pond, and hopefully we get to do that in Germany. Racism going to Germany in July. Dude, but we're doing Singapore in July. Singapore is definitely happening in July. Like, I'm like 90% sure. Maybe there's a 10% chance it doesn't, but I'm pretty sure because I'm planning going with my sister and my cousin, and because my uncle lives there, we're going to do like a full vacation. So the meetup will happen at that time as well. And yeah, so I don't think it will happen in July for Germany. But we'll try to figure out when it happens. You're going to go to Germany and Italy, bro? Damn. Well, that'll be fun. That'll be fun. We'll use Grab in Singapore, dude. I am hoping Grab is at least $8 to $10 by the time I go. It'll be a year from now. A little bit less than a year from now, but yeah, I will be very excited to finally use Grab. Amit was making a cool analogy in the debate and said he found hay in the needle stack and he still lost. That's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened. No, dude, there was an argument. It's called a permutation. So when someone makes a permutation in debate, essentially they're saying that like they can do your advocacy and their advocacy at the same time. And so he made that argument. It's not that hard to respond to it because you just explain the difference between why you can't do both at the same time. Because if you can do both, then the judge just says, why should I vote for you over your opponent if both sides are applicable? And he was affirmative, I was negative. So I had the burden of proving that his advocacy was wrong. And as soon as I sat down, I remember this like it was yesterday. I looked at my flow, which is where you take notes, and I was like, shit, I didn't answer the permutation. And then he wakes up in his 2AR, second affirmative rebuttal, 3 minutes, and he goes all in on like, Amit didn't answer the permutation, and like 3 minutes of just like, there is no way I can look. I was objectively seen as the best debater in the country at that time. And he was the underdog, basically. So it was a big L for me. Like, it was one of those L's that the entire country was like, Amit lost that round? Because they were like, who is this random guy beat? But I dropped the permutation. I didn't answer it. And then he ended up beating me on a 3-0. And I didn't have shit to say. I was just like, fuck, I messed up. Did I lose everybody on the That's how you know it's real, bro. I'm like explaining the technicalities of how I lost this freaking debate. None of you guys care, bro. Bro's acting like he lost the Super Bowl. Dude, it was a bad L. It was a bad L. Now, granted, I was talking to this girl at the time in 2015, and it was actually a really good way to just kind of continue talking to her because I was like, oh, I'm so sad I lost the debate. She's like, oh, let's FaceTime, let's talk about it. And then it was over. Then it was great. Get on the FaceTime, apply the Riz. That's all you need to do. Now, you guys won't believe this. You guys, of course, won't believe this ever happened, but it legit did happen. I'll call her right now, bro. No, I actually won't call her right now, but I will call her and prove this did happen. It was really easy though. There was so much sympathy because it was a big round that I lost. Like I wasn't supposed to lose that debate, and so it was just like a natural segue to like talk more to her. And it was great. Lost the debate and lost the girl. I did not lose the girl. I'll tell you that much. I did not lose the girl. She was cool though. She was super dope. She works in like some law firm now. Dude, it's so crazy, bro. People's lives change over years. And I did not know I would become a financial YouTuber. And then you have other friends freaking starting startups that I'm throwing some money at thinking, hey, maybe this works out. And then you got other people working at law firms. Like my high school anniversary, 10-year anniversary is next year. I don't think I'm going to go to it, but still. 10-year anniversary is wild, bro. Absolutely freaking wild. No, I'm not going to call her, bro. That'd be so weird, bro. She'd remember though. We were talking for a good like 5-6 months. And that was like, we actually started talking in October. She came to visit for another tournament and we got to know each other. And then in November, we were like further getting to know each other. But then that loss kind of like really solidified, just like FaceTiming every night. So I guess with the loss, there was some bright side to it. But Amit, in case nobody told you today, that sweatshirt looks gay on you. Thank you, Bayray. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Finance YouTuber that would do a jersey over a hoodie. Dude, I'll bring that back, bro. I'll bring the jersey over a hoodie back. Don't test me. I will bring it back. I don't care. I'll do that shit. I can't believe, though, that day when I wore the jersey over the hoodie, like everyone, it was like for like 30 minutes of the market open, everyone was just obsessed about the jersey over the hoodie. And I was like, bro, can we focus on the markets? And everyone was like, no, can we focus on what the freak you're wearing right now? I was like, it's not that serious, but everyone thought it was serious. 10 years ago was high school. Well, at this point, 9 years, but 10 years. 10 freaking years ago, bro. I don't even know what street. Did I take a picture that day? I don't even remember. I know people were posting on Twitter. The amount of screenshots on Twitter of that outfit. People were like, what is going on, bro? What is going on? What's the status on the hair? Okay, let me ask you guys a question, or let me show you guys a picture. Because this picture I'm about to show you is the hair that I kind of want to get back to, but I'm curious what people think. I like this style, and I do want to get back to it. Now, this one has the beard in it. I don't know if I want to bring back the beard. I kind of do though, bro. It's been 3 years. I kind of want to bring back the freaking beard, but I'm curious what people think. Okay. What do people think of, and some of you guys will remember this because you were here in 2022, but a lot of you guys didn't see it. What do you guys think about this hairstyle? It's like a curvy top. The beard is there. Ignore the beard, but maybe the beard comes back, maybe not. But thank you to whoever just subscribed on Substack. Dude, like I kind of like that style again, and I want to bring it back, maybe do a little bit of a rendition on it. The problem with this style is it's really hard to keep that hair like curly often. You look like a terrorist. Okay, yes, this is going to, if I bring the beard back, ISIS, Al Qaeda, Taliban, whatever you want to call it, that'll be there. But I kind of like this style. I like this style. And I think it's decent. And I know some people are saying go super short. I don't know if that's the wave that I want to go forth with. But I also want to kind of bring the beard back. Some of these comments are, I would say them, but I'm not going to say them because they're a little too raunchy. But I don't know. I like it. Yeah, only my mom can say I'm a terrorist. I like it, bro. Good look for your late 20s. I think so too. But it'll be a lot to keep up with. But dude, I have a lot of hair. Like, I kind of want to, like, you know, the Tom Lees, the Alex Karps. I know their hair is kind of wonky and crazy sometimes, but I like that. And I really don't care what other people think. I just want to feel comfortable with that hairstyle. And again, the reason I wear the hat, bro, it's not self-conscious about my hair. It's because I don't have time in the morning to think about how I style my hair. I decided that back in like late 2023. I was like, dude, if I'm doing the stream twice a day, like I need to just be able to do it. I don't have a makeup stylist or some team or some shit. So like put on the hat that just easily covers your hair and then boom. Like that was the whole reason behind the hat cap. It's nothing about being insecure about the hair. Like someone called me the other day. They were like, dude, are you losing hair? I'm like, no, I'm not losing. I'm not getting a hair transplant. I just don't have the time every day to set up my freaking hair. And that was part of the consultation with the hair consultant of just like, hey, how do I do this in a way that's sustainable for my career without needing to wear a hat every day, but also getting a style that I would like feel comfortable with wearing. And I don't exactly know how we're going to do it, but I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out over time. If not full beard, the scruff is always good. Yeah, but I've had that for a long time, bro. I haven't had the beard for 3 years. Kind of want to bring it back, bro. Also, I feel like when I lose some weight and you bring back the beard, because look, if you're bigger and you have the beard, it doesn't look fat. It actually masks some of the fatness, but you can tell when someone's skinny with a beard, it adds more dimension to it versus when they're thicker with a beard, because then the beard just like adds to your thickness. And so I feel like as I lose weight and I bring back the beard, I feel like it wouldn't look that bad. Got it in the shape of a brick. Oh my gosh, dude. Yeah, I want low maintenance. Exactly. I did the ponytail back in freaking college. It didn't work out. I did it, dude. I had the ponytail. That was freshman year. I remember that. I think I had it for like 5 months, and then I was like, dude, what am I doing? Why do I have a freaking ponytail? But I had a lot of hair. Diesel says, Amit, it's my birthday. I watch your show religiously. I don't comment a lot because I'm usually a few hours behind in stream, but I love you and your content never change except for getting better. Diesel, thank you for being here, man. I appreciate deeply that you watch the show religiously. I know there's a lot of you guys that comment or just watch and don't comment. I mean, Triple V, bro, he says he never reads the chat. I'm like, bro, you give like $200 every other day. Like, how are you not reading to see the reaction? He's like, dude, I've never read the chat. And it's like, but there are a lot of you guys that are just driving or doing something else, and you don't really care about the chat. You just care about getting the content. And so I appreciate everyone that is, that's here. I found this consultant in Florida. She's the girlfriend of one of the people that got the mods a venue to drink at. So we booked like a venue on a skytop bar. And this guy, I told you guys about him, Josh. He operates one of the largest ice distributors inside of like physical ice for drinks in Miami. And his girlfriend was at the event. And we just got to talking. She's like, I'm a hair consultant. I was like, really? And then I told her what I was thinking about. And so she's awesome. She's super cool. But yeah, he is the way that we met. And that's how we got to do it. Honestly, Triple V shouldn't read all of this. You guys are funny, though. There's a lot of funny stuff, except when someone gets political. Guys, let's talk about illegal immigration. Let's do that. Let's spend the next hour talking about that. That'll be a good topic. Oh, my goodness, bro. You guys lit up that chat when Chris started talking about it. Goodness. I talked to Chris after, and yeah, he was just like, dude, yeah, it was probably a little too political. Again, I love Chris. But I was just like, bro, like you just had the whole Alex Karp situation. Like people forgot about it. They didn't care too much. You just don't dig yourself into a hole and go into something where you know you're not going to win. Like, yeah, some people will agree with you. Some people will love what you're saying. But at the expense of a lot of people disagreeing with you when they care about your market insights, like it's not worth it. It's just never worth it. People don't freaking come here for politics. They come here for market analysis. So you understand, but I'm also sympathetic because he works in healthcare, so he sees a lot of horrible situations. And obviously this topic is very personal to him. But I think that's the nuance of being a creator. You've got to be able to give the bull and the bear case of every side. Like whenever we did this 2 weeks ago when Elizabeth Warren was speaking. Dude, the amount of times that I want to dunk on a politician, whether it's left or right, like Mike Johnson says some stupid shit, Elizabeth Warren says some stupid shit. I want to dunk on both of them. And I think it would be a great moment to be like, oh, this is stupid. Here's why. But you say, hey, so this is what Warren is saying, and this is why the Republicans disagree, but this is also why she might have a point and why the Democrats, you give the bull and the bear case every time. We did that with Snapchat this morning. Literally, I was like, dude, Snapchat is one of the most mismanaged companies ever. They haven't made a profit in 10 years, but they have 1 billion users. Maybe those 1 billion users end up becoming monetized, right? So you don't get explicitly on one side of the aisle unless you have it like Grab, I'm bullish. And you guys know that. And it is what it is. But if I don't know anything about Snapchat to the extent I know about Grab, then why would I be explicitly bearish? Why would I be like, no, I hate this? Like, no, like why? There's no reason to isolate all the people that care about Snapchat and be like, you hate it. And there's also no reason for you to say that because what if you're wrong? What if Snapchat's actually turning things around? And so I think you really just got to be able to censor yourself and not censor yourself in certain moments and try to be as neutral as possible. And it's hard. Chris doesn't do this full time, bro. It's hard. Chris has an actual job. So I wouldn't expect him to be the best at it. But seeing the chat today when he brought up whatever he brought up about his political opinions around healthcare, dude, it is because like I think there was a good amount of you that were like, yes, Chris, I love it, I agree, speak the truth, and there was a bunch of people saying, who is this guy, get him out of here. Like it is so freaking polarizing. It's just not worth it. Bayray says if you were a publicly emit, you'd be shorted like 30% minimum. Thank you, I appreciate that, Bayray. That means a lot. I do gotta say, he comes up with good ways to roast me. The chat wins. Dude, I don't think I've ever seen the chat go that fast. Last time I saw the chat go that fast was through my peripheral vision. It's a big ass word. Gotta give me some credit. That's a big ass word. When I was asking Vlad a question and I said currently right now, and the peripheral part of my eye was seeing the chat because I had my laptop open, and it was just like, oh my God, he said it. He said it. He actually said it. It was that was crazy. That was, dude, can we watch that again? Because they have the live chat replays, right? That was Hood Q2 earnings. Dude, that shit was crazy. That was Q2 or Q1? That was Q2, right? Yeah, Q2. I remember seeing that shit. That was wild. Okay, let's pull this up right here. Okay, so we have the chat and the video. All right.
With the banking charter, especially as we get into more of these lending products, we're
all right. Now let's take a question from one of our finance.
All right, keep an eye on the chat.
Content creators, Amit from Amit is Investing.
all right.
Vlad, Jason.
Finance content creator. Good to see you.
Congrats on a great quarter, and congrats on innovating on the live event experience for earnings. Currently, right now, you guys have about 3.5 million gold subscribers, which seems to be the least cyclical part of the business because it's reoccurring SaaS revenues on that yearly subscription. More broadly, how are you guys thinking of protecting the business from cyclicality in the face of market volatility, rate cuts leading to a loss of net interest income, and anything else that could keep that type of growth going as sustainable as possible, given one of the biggest criticisms I've heard is that Robinhood is a very cyclical business? Dude, honestly, that's pretty fast, but I think today was faster. I think today when Chris was freaking going off on politics, I think it was faster, dude. And that just goes to show how polarized people are. Like that's a relatively fast chat, but on freaking today's stream, it was going crazy. It was wild. So there you go. That was a fun one though. That was a fun one. Dude, I forgot, like I was thinking about just like how 2025 has gone, like, you know, that throughout the whole year. I legit forgot we did Bloomberg. Like we were on Bloomberg. Like that happened so early in the year that like I forgot that was even a thing. Like that actually happened. That's when Palantir was like 108. Palantir was down 15% after earnings. it has just been a crazy, crazy year. And I think I messed up in the Bloomberg thing with I was being a little bit self-critical because I definitely said a couple things wrong. But it's been a wild year. It's been a wild freaking. How can you forget that sweater? That's a good point. I do respect Chris for taking a side. A lot of people are afraid to take a side. Look, so here's the thing. I think everyone should have an opinion they believe in, and they should defend that opinion. The problem is when you're trying to build a media enterprise, if you are not geared towards targeting a certain section of the population, like MSNBC or Fox News are doing, all they care about is getting enough people to believe in enough of the ideology that they impose so that they can sell more and more advertising. And political advertising is one of the best businesses in all of advertising because you have very, very passionate viewers that care about their side of the aisle and they are committed to their side of the aisle. So they will buy and sit through all these ads. So these are money printers for Fox, MSNBC, CNN, etc. If you're building a finance brand, you're going to have to talk about politics inevitably at the intersection of markets. But your political opinion at that point is unappealing to anybody other than the people that agree with you. And the problem is in finance, like the goal is not to get people to agree with you on politics. The goal is to get people to think that you are decent at analyzing semiconductors like Jose, or the macro like Chris, or oil and gas like Matt, right? Like you're trying to develop a brand where people trust your analysis. And as soon as you get political, it taints the analysis because then people can't think of you outside of your analysis because your analysis on oil and gas could be phenomenal. But then people think, oh, well, this person thinks XYZ about gun rights. Therefore, I hate their analysis around oil and gas because I hate their opinion on gun rights. And that's the way it kind of like ends up happening. So yes, taking a stance is very important. But if I told you guys all the stances I have politically, like no one would watch. I didn't get here after 3 years and build this by being overtly political. Like I got here by picking stocks. That's it. So, and I think that's why people watch, right? And that's what I care about. I care about picking more stocks that are good, analyzing the macro in a way that helps us all better understand what's going on in the markets. And then obviously the number one reason I'm here after 3 years, like to be quite frank, is humor, right? Like I didn't want to have to say it, but over and over again, it's hard for me to deny like that is the number one reason. But like, what more can I say? That's why I'm here. So Cheesehead says, if you were political, I wouldn't enjoy this nearly as much. Stocks are an escape from politics. Exactly. It's an escape from politics. It's an escape from it. And Chris knows this, bro. It's just sometimes, again, this is emotional stuff for him. So Chris will absolutely be on the channel. He'll come back next week, all that stuff. But sometimes he just has to remember, like it's a no-win, bro. It's a lose-lose situation when you get overtly political. There's nothing to win there. Spencer says females shouldn't have the freedom of speech or access to credit cards. See, this is not a take that I think I could get away with. Now, given Spencer is a girl, I think maybe she has a little bit more legitimacy to make that argument. But that would not be my take. How much do you hate hearing Trump live? So here's the other thing, bro. Or how much do I hate hearing Trump is live? No, I don't hate that. But your comment is a segue to this thing. When I listen to Trump on the stream, because he's the president of the United States of America and he's speaking, and people that hate Trump with all their might go in the chat and they're like, why are we listening to this? Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, bro, because he's the president of the United States and he's talking. And he likely will say something potentially that affects the markets. So I think that is one thing that is absurd. Like the president, I don't care if you don't like the president. Half the country voted for this guy. He is the president. It is what it is. And if Biden gave us any amount of content when I was doing the market open from 22 to 24, we would have listened to him. He didn't say anything. And if he did speak and we listened, it was like more than maybe 4 to 5 minutes and he would never take questions. Trump's going live every day, twice a day. Like, are we supposed to ignore that because people don't like Trump? It's like, no, like even CNBC, Bloomberg, they have to cover what the guy says because he's the freaking president. So I do get annoyed by that sometimes when we're listening to Trump and everyone's like, why are we, or not everyone, but like there are people that hate him so much. Like, why are we listening to him? Like, because he's the president. Like, and he's saying stuff that we need to understand. Like, you might hate him. I get it. But Does that mean that as an investor, you don't want to listen to what the president is saying? If that's the case, then I guess you care so much about politics that you hate Trump, which is fine. But it's like at some point, you're going to have to also acknowledge he's the freaking president. And by the way, if Harris was the president and she was going live twice a day, we would listen to Harris. We would try to, how does she answer questions about whatever policy she's implementing? Like that stuff is inevitable. And I hate when that is seen as political. And I said it in the morning, like, oh, if we're listening to Trump on Fox News, people are like, what is this Fox propaganda? I'm like, this is the president's. We're not listening to Lauren Ingram. We're not listening to Anderson Cooper. We're listening to a stream on a network. But it's so polarizing. And that's where I don't want this channel to be a polarizing space. I just want this channel to be an escape from that. And hopefully that keeps, more people caring about the actual markets themselves. Fetz, thank you for the $50 super chat. Happy early birthday, Mitt. Enjoy your weekend and have a drink or two on me. Fetz, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. I think, Fetz, I responded to you on Twitter, if I'm not wrong. I will be getting some Jaeger with that $50, dude. And we're going to live it up tomorrow. Yeah, Fetz's Twitter is right here in the chat. I think he tweeted something about Grab. And that's why I responded to him. So Fetz, shout out to you, Fetz. I'm going to follow you right now. Thank you for being here, being part of the channel. I don't know how long you've been following, but yeah, thanks for being here. Thank you, obviously, for the super chat. There's his Twitter right there for anyone who wants to check him out. And yeah, man, appreciate you. I will be drunk tomorrow night, courtesy of you. Dude, I haven't got drunk in a while. Tomorrow's going to be the first night in a minute that I get drunk. Tomorrow's going to be the first night in a minute that I get drunk. Amit, you are a smart, savvy, and fun guy. Jordan said back in the 80s, Republican, buy my shoes too. Yeah, look, I heard that statement when I was watching a documentary on him a while ago. That's the philosophy Steve takes to politics, which is Republicans buy sneakers too. Jordan got so much shit for that. And I'm like, bro, he's trying to build a business on top of selling sneakers. Guess what? Conservative people buy sneakers. So he's not trying to isolate 50% of the country that potentially could buy his sneakers. And then the comeback is like, well, all he cares about money. He doesn't care about anything else. It's like, dude, a lot of the people that say they care about a lot of the other social causes and not just their own personal community, well-being, financial mobility, I'm sorry, but a lot of them are full of shit. A lot of them are full of shit. And there's countless examples of people that want to save the world and that you end up seeing the rabbit hole they go through or the political affiliations they have or the connections or ironically, the amount of money they're paid by NGOs and nonprofits to end up taking their political stance and dedicate their life to activism. Like, if someone doesn't want to do that and they just want to make some money and buy their parents a house and like make sure their kids are taken care of, like what is the wrong, like what is the bad, like how is that bad? That's just, everyone has their own thing they want to do in life. And if you want to dedicate your life to climate change, and then be my guest. But if you don't, that is what it is. You don't. And I don't think that's too crazy. But yeah, the Republicans buy sneakers too is definitely a statement that has been very polarizing for a long time. Amit, you're ranting there. How long have we been? Dude, I told you guys I'd be on for 10 minutes. How long has this been? We still need the rant intro, bro. I still haven't finished that thing. We haven't done a rant in a while, so I haven't. Oh shit, this has been 35 minutes, bro. Your boy can yap. Almost 45. At least you can say, wait, can I actually say it? Acetaminophen. Acetaminophen. No, I don't think I can say it, bro. How do you say this shit? Acetaminophen? How to say acetaminophen. Oh, shit. Hold on. Nope.
Acetaminophen.
Acetaminophen. Yeah, Trump did it better than me. Trump did it better than me. Dude, shout out to Google. Google, with these pronunciations and their AI overviews, They've been great. CRLM is flying after hours on a Friday, 50%. Okay, that's an OTC stock. That's why it's flying. A lot of these OTC names can randomly go up, but it's hard for a stock traded on the NASDAQ or New York Stock Exchange to go 50% after hours on a Friday. Usually that doesn't happen. StreamYard should have a hard stop marker, ends your stream at a certain time. Oh my gosh. All right, so I'll end with this question. Does everyone think, or like the question is, are you happy with how 2025 has played out? Are you happy with how 2025 has played out? Wait, Trump taking a stake in, oh my goodness. Wait, did I spell it wrong, which is why I didn't get it on the stream? Oh, shit, I'm an idiot. That's not OTC. I'm just an idiot. I spelled it wrong. Sorry. Trump's taking a stake in critical metals. What? Dude, I'm so stupid. I spelled that shit wrong. What? It's not confirmed. Bloomberg says Trump administration considering stake in Greenland rare earth miner critical metals. Bro, this guy. Oh my gosh, but hold on. What was the volume today on this stock? 7 million volume. Average volume is 5 million. Market cap is less than $1 billion. I feel like someone knew something. I'm going to check the option flow right now. Let's see. CRML. Let's see the volumes today. Someone might have known. Someone might have. 10,000 calls today. 4,000 puts. I got to see what the average is. But 10,000 contracts coming in for a name that doesn't get that much volume is already a little suspicious. Yeah, I think. Dude, okay, there's only 30,000 calls open across the entire option chain. And 10,000 of those 30,000 calls, 33% of them were ironically, coincidentally traded today. Seems like somebody knew. And if our boy Cleo Fields discloses that he has a stake in this company, this guy is officially the next Nancy Pelosi. Market cap is 750 million. Bro took CEO of America, literally, yes. Are we buying? I don't know, bro. It's already up 50% on a Friday. Like, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if this thing dumps 25% on Monday. It's also a rumor. It's not confirmed. But if it gets back down to like 7, I think for a swing, you kind of probably have to take a little bit of a chance. If it does end up becoming a lithium America's play. That is wild. Wild. All right. Well, there you go. CRML potentially getting a Trump investment. Okay. Anyway, I said, are you guys happy with how 2025 has played out? I'm seeing a lot of yeses. Obviously, portfolios have done well, which is good. Peggy says yes. Polly says yes. Randy says thrilled. Danger says yes. 600% in gains. Zocolt says yes. Tess says yes. Cynthia says yes. Bro, didn't even have a question ready. I did not buy Next yet. I did not buy yet. Next. Yes, because Steve made a channel. That's the best part of this year so far, to be honest. Are you doing any prediction markets this weekend? Should we? Should we lose more money this weekend? I mean, I lost some money last weekend. Maybe we do it again. I don't know. I don't even know what games are on this weekend, but we'll see if there's anything worth betting. All right, decent yeses. All right, so people are relatively okay with how this year has gone. Again, bull market really helps with that. A lot of us being investors, you know, we can really see the progress and the fruits of working hard and investing capital. And you know, some days it doesn't feel real. Some days it feels like you press 2 buttons and boom. Like, you know, you buy Robinhood at 115 2 weeks ago and now it's at 150. Like, that doesn't feel real. But it is real, and it is the nature of allocating capital, and it's why it's so special. And a bull market is what's needed for that, but also you want to be participating in that bull market if there is something very real happening from an investment perspective. So it's very cool. Rocket Lab, Hood, grabby grab, little breakout, the broader S&P, NVIDIA this week. I mean, it's really, really cool when it helps a lot of people that choose to actually allocate capital. CRML has 4 employees. Yeah, this one's just running off the rumor. Dude, the fact that on Friday at 7 p.m., an hour before the market closes, people are like buying up this stock because of a rumor of Trump getting in just goes to show you how dynamic the markets are. How dynamic the markets are. Yeah, Bay Ray, I mean, he's crushing it with $6 puts on Grab. So as much as he wants to roast me in the chat, he's doing very well on that play. And this kid's 23. This kid's 23, and he's absolutely crushing it in the market. And he understands the Grab thesis. If he has to buy it at 6, he's fully prepared to buy it. So it's just really, really dope, you know, when you can get an understanding of all this stuff and use these strategies in a meaningful way. It's a little sus. Yeah, dude, this whole CR. See, the Palantir article today also was sus to me. This critical metals rumor could just be a rumor from some fund that they wanted out there. It might not be real. Now, granted, it's a pretty big move, 51%. So I would think there's some legitimacy behind the rumor. But the Palantir thing was ridiculous today. I mean, that was just stupid. That entire article was nonsense, as per the army coming out and saying what they said. So you could definitely have things fly in different directions. The SoFi, I agree. The SoFi FUD has been sus, bro. Like, really? SoFi is going to drop from 30 off of a debunked credit delinquency report? Like, get out of here, dude. In the midst of rate cuts? That also feels a bit sussy. A bit sussy. Derb, thank you for being here. You're the man. Appreciate everything you do for US. My Palantir average is 22, Hood is 25, all because of your conviction. Deeply appreciate that, Derb. Means a lot. Congrats on both of those names. Yeah, they both really do. They both really. Did I show you guys this? I mean, I showed you the poster, but I hung it up. It's one of the first things you see in the apartment. I don't know if I showed you guys, but yeah, both those names, bro. It's been wild. Both those names. I mean, 2 years back to back, and it's just it really gives me a lot of joy with a lot of people that went heavy, even a year ago, much less 2 years ago. It's really cool. Okay, I don't think I have the picture, but it's basically as soon as you walk into the apartment, you see the Palantir Robinhood logo that I got printed on this like canvas together. So that's it's part of the apartment. Those two companies changed my life. They changed my life. Sadastic Bunny, thank you for being here. Thanks for everything, Amit. This week I learned that Alex Karp and I have something in common other than you. P.S. I'm sure I've been here more than 3 months. Yeah, YouTube resets the membership thing. That's why it says that. Yeah, man, thank you for being here. Appreciate you. And yeah, I forgot Karp's birthday was October 2nd. I didn't know that. But it is. So it's wild. It's absolutely wild. The craziest thing about Karp is like we have the same initials, AK. It's so like Ileana was talking about. He's like, dude, I just realized you guys have the same initials. Like, yeah, it's weird, but it's just so crazy. So crazy. Amit, are you tired from talking and not eating all day? Honestly, I don't get tired or exhausted from talking. The not eating, I do like, I go hours every day without eating, and I eat at night. So that's not an issue. I think the reason for not getting tired from this is you're sitting. It's not like super physical labor, but it is intellectually exhausting. I will say that. And after the show is done, market open, market close, I am like, my brain is like, just because like the intensity I try to bring to the show is cover as many topics as possible and try to be able to speak on as many things as possible, because I don't know, this week's been heavy because Hood's been running. And I know when Palantir was going to 190, like the entire show felt like it was Palantir. And I hate when that happens because there's a lot of other people that want to know about a lot of other things. But it's like, when something really, really big is happening, that's when it occupies the show. But usually every day I try to really diversify, and it like intellectually being able to even come up with the words to analyze certain topics, especially when you might not know the most about it. So you're trying to figure out how you can kind of frame that is exhausting. 100% that's exhausting. But it's not like tiring to the point where like I want to sleep after this or anything. And the food part, I'm happy that I don't eat food, because it's hard to go eat something and then talk for 4 hours because you got food in your mouth and it's in your system. It's like, it's better to just have an empty stomach and then go for it. So I rarely eat before the stream. Like, I do not like doing that. But after the stream, we do that. Steve has a burger ready for you. Yeah, but he's going to be eating that burger uncut. Oh, wow, dude. Okay, so hold on. Aaliyah, are you texting Steve right now? Is that what's happening? Because there is no way I get this screenshot or this picture when you put that comment in the chat. There is no way Steve sends this the second you say, did he tweet this or something? And you saw his tweet? That is wild, bro. Like, 7:09 p.m. It is 7:10. Your comment came in at 7:09. That is weird, bro. Does Steve put you up to something to say that? It doesn't even look that like it does not. This doesn't even look like a good burger. It doesn't even look that enticing, dude. Look at the bun. The bun doesn't even look that good, and it's not going to be cooked anyway. So that's insider trading, bro. That's legit insider trading. I'm psychic. Yeah, exactly. I didn't use the restroom for 3 hours straight. Yeah, I think I trained my body on that. I think I just, I think when you go so long with just like, because I also think like when you're in the zone of something, like you can naturally tell your nervous system to kind of hold back if you have to really use the bathroom. And so I've never had an issue with that, because once you just get into it, you're kind of not focused on that either. All right, guys, are we done? I think that's it. 10 minutes turned to 45 minutes. I'm happy we got to hear from a lot of you guys, updates in your life. Hopefully everything is going well. 2025 has been strong. Hopefully we can continue it. October, 3 days into Q4. It's going okay, even with the shutdown. And now hopefully by the end of the year, that continues to play out. So Trump is not live. I don't think. He might be. Who knows? Aaliyah says, yes, I'm CIA. Is there CIA in Canada? You have to be, dude. That was sus, Aaliyah. That was, hey, Amit, Steve has a burger for you. 2 seconds later, Steve texts me a picture of a burger. That was weird, bro. That was weird. This week has been so different with all the streams, longer streams. So many friends have been on stream. Appreciate your work. Yeah, I love the streams like where like 4 different people come on, even if they go 4 hours. Those are super fun. And those happen serendipitously. Like they just randomly happen sometimes. But today was one of those days. Deadpan says, thanks so much, Amit. I'm going to be able to make a down payment on a house because of you. I mean, that's incredible, dude. Again, this is what the bull market can do. If you're in the right names and you want to make a down payment on a house. Like, dude, my sister is thinking of, she's getting very serious about buying a house in 2026. Hopefully rates come down even further, maybe to like the mid 5s, hopefully low 5s. But she's probably going to have to sell some stocks to be able to do that. And, hopefully she has the ability to execute on that. But it is pretty cool to see what we can do with our research and allocating in companies, and then, what that means ultimately for the real world. All right, that's it. We're done. I think I'll get out of here. How long was this? 3 hours, 27 minutes? Okay, cool. So we did 7 hours today. Not too bad. You spoiled your sister. Bro, it is kind of crazy, guys. Like, she gave me $50,000 in June of 24. She's not at 50,000 anymore, bro. She's not at 50,000. And it's like, even she got to the point where she doesn't understand it. And whenever I try to explain it, she doesn't care about listening, bro. Whenever I try to explain how it's happening, she doesn't care. So like, she's just one of those, honestly, she's dealing with a lot of stress in her work life, and she was telling me about it yesterday. And, and I've said this many times, but part of her mental stability has been, because she's been really dealing with just a crappy boss, bro. She has like this is her words, not mine. Her boss is a bitch. Her words, not mine. I don't know her boss, but she said her boss is a bitch. That it is what it is. So she's when you got a bitchy boss, like knowing that theoretically you could walk in and be like, I'm out, and not care at all about your financial well-being. That is very mentally freeing. Very. And so I think for all of us, right? If you have some type of safety net, even if it's not enough to retire on, just something on the side that is growing, it really does offer a little bit more freedom. So, dude, if her boss is in the chat, she should know. Because my sister, a little bit too pussy to tell her boss that she's a bitch, but she should know, bro. She should know. My sister can't get fired either, bro. In the school system, you don't get fired. Like, you have tenure and all this stuff. She's not a teacher anymore, but she has tenure. Like, you can't get fired. So, but dude, she's like so annoyed. There's a point where my sister, she was crying last night about, like, that's how bad the stress got. And so one of the things that she was so happy about was that, like, the portfolio is enough to the point where if she dead ass wanted to go to her job and be like, dude, I'm out. I am not taking any more of you. Dude, my sister is not someone who's arrogant or stubborn. I mean, she is one of the hardest workers. She's now in a leadership role. And when you get to a leadership role, you have to deal with people. And the problem with dealing with people is people are freaking crazy. And so she's had to deal with some really crappy people, some of those that are ahead of her in the leadership position. And you can't really do much, right? Because it's your boss. Like, well, how are you going to navigate? So it's like just a lot of politics and bureaucracy of it. And for her to just have the safety of knowing if I needed to leave, I would be okay, at least for like 6 months to a year. It's very freeing. I think for everybody, that's what we're trying to work up to. And it's what hopefully the markets can provide some level of freedom for. So I don't know if she's going to quit. I am trying to convince her and be like, bro, you don't have to deal with this shit. Like, you can definitely get a job somewhere else. And the education, there's always a need for education. Now, I don't know if AI takes away teachers and all that, like maybe, who knows? But like, yeah, maybe the tech workers are finding hard to find jobs, but education, you constantly need people. So she definitely could find a different spot, but it is just important to have a different way of thinking about the trajectory of your life. So Payray says, I'd quit if you were my boss. Basically, you guys are my boss, bro. You guys in the chat every day. I'm here to hopefully provide valuable content every day that people want to check out. And so, yeah, I work for you guys. I try to create the best content. And that's also why I don't like getting political, because it's like the easiest way to piss off. If your boss is a mass audience in a conglomerate, the easiest way to piss off a massive audience is religion or politics. Like, and it's unnecessary if that mass audience is not there for religion or politics. If they're there for the stock market, it's like, oh, we don't have to talk about those things. So we can fire you. Yeah, basically. If you don't watch, you can fire me. That's it. That's how it goes. Ray says, do a backflip then. Speed, one of those streamers on YouTube. Dude, I admire his ability to do backflips. He is crazy. I think he did like 500 backflips in a row. He was trying to go for 1,000, which was the world record, but his back ended up giving out after 500. But yeah, it's pretty incredible that he can do that. I bought my ex-girlfriend Palantir at 20 in a Roth. Did I get a thank you? Nope. I wonder how many stories are like that. I bought Palantir for my sister as well at 20. She still has all those shares at 20. But I wonder how many stories are out there of people that were like with someone 3 years ago, and then life happens. You're not with that person anymore, but you told them about Palantir, and that person actually invested, and then now they're with Palantir. It's kind of wild. Amit, I get anxiety of the thought of you retiring from the stream one day. Dude, as I've gotten older, because I am becoming an older person, I legit thought about it the other day. I was like, when does this end? Like, when do we not do the stream every day? Or just when am I not so ecstatic about covering every little itty bitty piece of news around the markets every day? I don't know. I don't know. I told you guys when I had dinner. See, you guys find a way to make me stay, bro. Every time these comments, they take me into a tangent. No, I'm not getting drunk right now. But thank you for the super chat, Spencer. We'll get drunk tomorrow. When I had dinner with that lady from Altimeter who works at Brad Gerstner's fund, She was like, hey, why can't you be the next Brad Gerstner? And I was like, well, Brad Gerstner manages $5 billion. She was like, so why can't you manage $5 billion? I was like, well, because it's kind of scary managing $5 billion. She was like, yeah, but you have the personality to become a public figure, AKA a public hedge fund manager. You have an audience and you have a network. You need to learn more about investing, but in 10, 15 years, why couldn't you do that? And I was like, maybe in 10, 15 years, if I really think I'm proficient enough to even think of managing money, that is a possibility, but I've not even thought about it. She's like, you should think about it. She's like, maybe that's the next evolution. Because Gerstner, he doesn't do a market open, market close, but he's in the media constantly. And he has a podcast every week and he's on CNBC all the time. So her point was you need to have a large media presence, not only to raise money, but to get people to even take you seriously. And that's the hard part. Like a lot of these hedge fund guys try to do media and they suck at it because they're boring. No one cares about them. And a lot of people manage money on this planet. Like you've got to be interesting with the way you manage money or the way you talk about money, like Tom Lee, Dan Ives, et cetera, to get people to care. But at the end of the day, you also have to perform. Like, you know, Ackman, Druckenmiller, they have results compounded year after year, minimum. I think these guys are at 20 to 25%, which obliterates the market. It's not easy to do that. And that comes with a lot of stress. And so I was just thinking, like, okay, so let's say someone comes to me one day and says, hey, Amit, like, here's $100 million fund. You have to run it. A, would I even want to do that? Because there's a part of me that's like, dude, that would be a challenge. I'd be so down for it. But then, like, the stress of managing my own money times 100, like that'd be insane, right? Like that's crazy. And then number two is, would I even be able to do a market open, market close every day, right? And I asked her that question. I was like, if I managed professional money, could I actually like do the show? She was like, yeah, why not? And I was like, cause it's freaking, and of course, Bay Ray said he's short the fund. Cause it's freaking like, isn't that like complicated? She was like, no, that's good that you do a morning open, market close every day. You have more eyeballs as you're managing a fund. And she really changed my perspective on it. But at its core, I'm like, I'm not good enough to manage professional money yet. I don't think for the next 10 years, I'd be good enough to really manage professional money. And so the question then becomes, okay, do we do 10 more years of this and then we stop and we venture into managing money? Or do we do this with managing money? Or do we just never manage money and we just keep doing this forever? I don't know. Ethan says, no, you can't. I'm an asset manager and that's considered advertising. No, well, the way she explained it was you can't talk about your positions. So for example, if I'm managing $1 billion fund and I'm loading up Grab, I would never be able to talk about Grab on the show, right? Like you cannot talk about your positions. Now you can talk about general market commentary, but you can't. This is what when Kevin had his ETF, he was never allowed to talk about the positions in his ETF. He was never allowed to even advertise the ETF. So there's all these different regulatory rules on it. But at the end of the day, she said you can still be a market personality. You just have to make sure you don't talk about specific things, which is fine. But I'm also like, would you have the energy to focus on the markets if you're managing $1 billion every day, twice a day, market open, market close? Like, probably not. Like, you'd probably have to be like, yeah, as much as I love this, like, I need to focus on protecting this money that I raised. And that requires an intense level of focus that doesn't require you updating the Bloomberg terminal every 2 seconds to get a piece of news so you can talk about it, right? Yeah, and sometimes you can naturally slip up. That's a big point. And then that's the other point. If you don't talk about the exact stocks you care about, what's the point? Like if I can't talk about Grab because like legally it's not allowed, what's the point of even doing the show? Like what's the point of, I can't bring any new ideas. The point of all of this is to say, inevitably there is an end. I don't know if that end is when I'm like 90 or if that end is when I'm 35 or that end is, I don't know. But eventually there is some end to this. I don't think we got to worry about that for a long time. I love doing this every single day. But yeah, I have thought about like, how does this all play out? I also don't think we've reached the pinnacle of it. I think there's a long way to go of building the brand. And although a lot has happened over the past couple of years, I feel like, calling it quits after 3 years would be stupid. Like this should be a 10-year thing. This should be a run minimum for 10 years that you go on. And then if you want to call it quits, it's like, okay, you really put in the work over 10 years, right? Okay, we'll fire you when you're 90. But I think there's so much upside in terms of the ability to keep building it and leverage. When you gain an audience, like there's real leverage, and as long as you don't take advantage of that audience, that leverage can lead to Lots of opportunities. And I don't see that slowing down. Now, one thing I am thinking of is a VC fund, because VC fund is so much more easier. You don't have to worry about the public markets. You can freaking throw $25,000, $50,000 checks at people that have ideas, and then hopefully one of them becomes the next Facebook, right? Like that is actually way easier. It's 99% more guaranteed failure because a lot of ideas are just never going to work. But that's kind of what Jason Calacanis does, right? It's just way easier. Social trading where you collect a fee or percentage in Hood. Dude, I don't know how Hood is going to monetize their social media shit. Because like, I think if they put ads in it, it would get super unless they do ads right. Or they're going to be like, hey, Amit, if you post on our platform, we're going to give you a percentage of XYZ revenue. But like, I don't even know what that business model looks like. Number two, Hood is so regulated. How are they going to pay creators? Like YouTube can pay creators because there's a direct advertising relationship. YouTube takes this money, they give you and that is it. But Hood is strictly finance. So if you're talking about your financial content on a platform that is so heavily regulated, and then the company is becoming like a pseudo YouTube or a pseudo Instagram where they're paying creators, I don't know how that works out. So I don't know how they plan to monetize this. In fact, I don't think they even want to monetize it. I think they want to just make the platform more sticky. But then the question becomes, what's the incentive for creators to come to the platform? What's the incentive for creators to come to the platform? And if it's just like freaking building an audience, I agree with Tanner here that like no one's going to leave Twitter. Like people are going to live Twitter. People are going to post on Twitter or X at the end of the day. And also, I don't make that many trades. I mean, like, and if I do trades, it's kind of the same shit. Like, oh, I bought 1,000 more shares of Grab. It's like, how is that interesting content on your feed, right? I think it's really good for people that are actively swing trading every single day, every single week, because there's more alpha. But if not, I feel like it can get kind of boring. So I'm very curious to see how they build it out, what they're thinking of. I'll obviously join. I want to support it. But I do want to figure out what the revenue model or just like the ability to build it long-term is. It's not about leaving X. It's about just having community with their trading thoughts. Yeah, no, I agree with that. But every social media platform has to have the creators that build the platform. Like YouTube wouldn't be here if it was in 2010 where they had early like mega superstars that made the platform watchable, right? And a social media platform is only as good as the content. So my point is, you need some of the big finfluencers on Twitter, which I'm sure would love to come to Hood, but they would be asking, what's in it for me? And I don't think Hood can pay them. So then is it just to build an audience? But they already have an audience. So what's the value of building it on Hood? I think there has to be a value proposition there that's very important for Hood to establish with creators to make it worth their while. And I think we have to see how that ends up playing out. How is he still talking? It's because you guys keep asking freaking questions, and it leads me to a different segue. FINRA's a huge pain for financial advertising. I agree. It's going to be hard for that. Favorite says, I hope YouTube crashes right now. Do you see Hood a $1 trillion company in 2030? No, not 2030. 5 years? No. I think that's being a little too aggressive. 2035, give it a decade. I think it's much more possible. Trillion in 5 years, bro. Then again, who knows, bro? Maybe we have this massive bull run over the next 5 years. Maybe it doesn't stop until 2028, 2029. And Hood just like crushes every estimate. They get more and more users. Maybe the social platform becomes like one of the biggest social media websites for financial content. I mean, there's so many ways where I think they could end up playing out to get to $1 trillion. Just not sure the time frame. You're like the teacher that we kept asking stupid questions, so he'll keep talking instead of teaching. Bro, I had a teacher, Spanish teacher, back in senior year. The amount of questions we asked this guy to make him not actually teach us Spanish, because none of us in that class just cared about Spanish. But then dude, on the Spanish exam, bro, the amount of ways that we found out how to finesse these exams and just get through, because none of us knew Spanish, bro. The guy talked for 80 minutes every day because we kept asking him more questions about his life. And we never ended up learning Spanish. I don't know how I got a B in that class. I think I got a B or a B plus. I don't know. But we're going to see. Chris in the chat says, thanks for having me on, Amit. I respect your boundaries. Chris, love you, bro. We'll be on tomorrow. Me, Chris, and Steve on his channel. And yeah, we talked about it, though. Me and Chris talked about it after the show. I mean, look, at the end of the day, it's just hard to be political. It's hard to be political in a finance YouTube channel where people don't care about politics. So who keeps calling me, bro? Why? Oh, shit, Chris. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, what was this number? Because on my Mac, it showed up as some random number. Let me call Chris. There he is. Let's get him on right now. Yo.
Hey, dude.
Yo.
Are you still live?
Yeah, I'm still live.
Yeah. All right. So let me just address something that I want to just put out there real quick. One of the things that I respect about Amit, like there is no tomorrow, is that I have sometimes a very strong opinion, and I come out and I say it in the chat and, you know, in the public. You know, Amit, a good mark of a friend is even if you disagree with a person or their style, they don't just say, you know what, I'm abandoning this person because they're bad for me. Right. Amit will, of course, caution me and say, look, this is where I draw the line, and it's totally acceptable for me. I sometimes have my way of crossing that boundary, but that's the mark of a true friend. If you guys have friends like that, where, you know what, they disagree with you politically, they have, you know, whatever like issues that you may not agree with, but still remain your friends, those are your true friends. Those are your loyal friends. Those are friends that you want to keep for the rest of your life, you know? So at the end of the day, I know some people think that, oh yeah, just because what happened today, there's animosity between me and Amit. No, there's never going to be animosity.
Not at all.
Yeah.
Not at all.
There's never going to be animosity between me and Amit or me and Matt. I know some people like said, like,
Yo, some people think you and Matt hate each other, and I'm like, bro, we're all in a group chat. That has never been true.
Yeah. Our ways of presenting can sometimes differ from person to person. Some people like being very open and transparent about how they feel about certain, you know, certain things. And some people are just very like, no, I don't want to talk about it. It's just not who I am. And the thing is, like, respecting people's boundaries is an important part of like a healthy relationship between friends. Like I've been to dinner with friends, and some people, they just do not want to talk politics at the dinner table, while other people, all they want to do is talk politics the entire time. You know, and finding that healthy balance means you figure that out. You know, you don't just say, you know what, I'm not going to go to dinner with this person anymore because they talk about X, Y, and Z. Like, I have friends that hate Trump, and I have friends that love Trump. We go to dinner together and we have a discussion, you know, and then we have friends that don't want to talk at all, and that's fine, you know. So it is what it is. It's a robust conversation that people have. I think today in the chat, dude, I've never seen the chat go that like.
Me either, bro. Me either.
That was insane. I was like, I look back, I was like, okay, you know what? Let me just kind of like double take and see like, what did I say to, you know, and maybe I can improve it in the future and make sure I'm less clashing against your boundaries on the politics side. And dude, let me tell you, that chat was like, it was, dude, it's probably like faster than most of these like Twitch stream chats, bro. Yeah. And those Twitch stream chats can go insane. So whatever I was saying, bro, people were just not having it, man. Or some people really liked it. So, you know, you're always going to get two sides to the opinion thing. So,
and what I told you is I value and respect your opinion. It's just, you're a creator. I know you're not full-time, but you're a creator. Isolating 50% of people because they don't agree with the way you morally think about something, it just sucks, right? Like there's no point to it.
Yeah, no. And the thing is, I wouldn't even call it a mistake, but the way that I was trying to frame it was in the context of macro and economics, saying, look, if we don't do this, then long term it's going to hurt us because, you know, X, Y, and Z.
Which is a very pragmatic perspective that I think people can understand. It's the, you don't have a heart if you believe in it. That's the shit that triggers everybody, right?
Yeah. No, that's the part that kind of got me, like, as I did a double take. If I had just explained it like, look, guys, from a macro level, healthcare spending is about 40% of the economy right now. Like, look at how much money we spend on Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, and all these benefits, right? So if we don't get a control over the costs, it's going to really like have a giant macro level impact, right? And then there's also opportunities within healthcare insurance that people were just not looking at. They were like, oh, look, there's going to be a ton of Medicaid cuts, and that's going to kill the insurance business. And I'm like, no, a lot of these politicians are just all talk. They're not actually going to be cutting anything. And so the markets were rallying today as the politicians were coming out and saying, well, you know, we do this, but we do that, and blah, blah, blah. And so now they're iffy about this whole thing. And anyone who was in the healthcare trade, bro, the UNH trade, I've made, you know how much I've made on it. And there's plenty of people that have made a ton of money on it. But I still remember when we were just talking about UNH, the people on the other side of the aisle of what I was like today, they were just as horrible.
Yeah.
You know, if you remember that. They was like, oh, you don't care about anything. Like, these insurance companies are just a bunch of scammers. So even sometimes when you talk about a company, man, it's like when you talk about Palantir, you got the people that are going to come in, oh, this is a government spy company.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think you can get through a conversation on Palantir or UNH that is obviously intertwined with politics. Palantir with everything they're doing in the defense space, and then UNH with healthcare, without making it super political. That is the nuance of how do you figure out how to do that as a trader, which is not easy, but you know, that is what's got to be done.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, sometimes it's really hard to bridge the gap between keeping politics and economics out. And I think these days, especially, the gap is narrowed so much because, like, the economy is running on the tweet system right now. If President Trump right now says X, Y, and Z on a tweet, it can cause markets to crater or go up 5%. Yeah. How insane is that? You know? So even if people don't want to, like earlier in the segment, you were saying, like, people hate it when you bring Trump on, you know, like when Trump is on live stream and people hate it. Like, why do you bring Trump on? I'm like, dude, do you realize this guy can say 2 words and the entire market could crash on us? Or the market could green. So by not covering Trump, you're doing a disservice to your own community by not covering some of the.
And it's just the way you cover it has to be trying to be as straight down the aisle as you can, right? That's I mean, CRML is freaking up 81% right now because I think we got the headline when it was up 40%. Well, there's another 40%. I mean,
dude, by the way, did you see Rich Tech Robotics today?
Yeah, I don't know why it ran, but.
I'm telling you, it's slowly becoming like a retail darling. I don't know if there's any catalyst outside of just people recognizing what this company does and just the retail following that's pushing this thing ahead. And it's such a small market cap company that it could run pretty significantly for a while. Like I said, I'm not judging this company based on fundamentals, but with this market right now, the fundamental isn't nearly as important as the narrative. So if people are saying robotics is the future and AI is here, and you combine AI and robotics, boom, you got yourself a catalyst for a pretty nice run in that stock. You know,
for those that were on the stream yesterday, when we ended the stream, someone's asking right here in the chat, the stream ended right when Chris said, when are we going to dump? And I called him after because that's what people heard. He said, when are we going to dump everything and go to cash?
Yeah. I was being a bit hyperbolic, just being a joke.
Yeah, it was like a joke. It's like, all right, so when are we selling everything and going to cash? But
yeah, because everything's been running. So it's like, oh, what do we do? You know, so it was a joke. So I think some people are like, oh, this was like, you guys are talking about dump. No, we were just shooting the shit.
It's funny because Steve will never dump anything and go to cash because he just buys, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, like I said, we're humans, dude. Like, sometimes we talk a little bit crazy on stream, but we're a bunch of guys that if you just got us together, you could have a beer with us. You know, as investors, we
have a good Shirley Temple. Yeah.
We're good friends too.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah. And like I said, the one thing I like about the friendship circle that we have, we can disagree on things politically, but we're still friends. You know, and that's how things are going to be, and that's how things are going to remain forever, you know? And that's the thing, having friends that have differing opinions, dude, there's huge alpha in that. If you only have friends that agree with you, dude, you are going to miss out on so many opportunities. So
yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
All right, Chris, before you go, because I got to end it out too, before you go, I just wanted to ask, what do you think about illegal immigration and healthcare?
Yeah.
I'd love to know your opinion, bro. I would love to.
No, it's just, I mean,
No, don't
you
even
know
get
what?
into it. That's it. I asked it as a joke.
No, I'll tell you. I'll tell you something. I'm actually considering, and I put it in my Discord. I think I'm going to do a YouTube channel that tries to bridge the gap between politics and economics.
Wait, legit?
Not so
You're
much-
starting a YouTube channel? Legit?
Yeah. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Like, because I was talking to the wife today, and she was like, "Look, if you don't want to be controlled by other people's boundaries, why don't you just do it yourself?" And I was like, "Yeah, but what about?" And she's like, "Look, you don't need the money. Just put it out there. You know, if people watch, they watch. If people don't want to watch, that's fine. They don't have to watch. You know."
I think that's a great idea. And the reason that's a great idea is because when you feel so passionate about something like legal immigration and healthcare, make a 20-minute video, put it out there, and then it is what it is, right? Like,
See, the thing that I want to do is I want to try to dissect the political policy decision and say, like, well, how is this going to impact this specific company? Like, here's an example. When Republicans are in charge, there are certain industries that do better than when Democrats are in charge. You
no,
know?
but Chris,
So-
the nuance here is that type of analysis you've done on my channel for years, and people love that.
Yeah.
I think you've already done what you're saying you want to do. It's the
Yeah.
part of attaching opinions that get beyond the
Yeah, well-
realm of, that's the part that people hate, you know?
some of it, you just have to remember, I'm a human being, and I've had personal experiences over the last 40 years now. And the thing is, I work in healthcare, so it's a little bit personal to me. So it's one thing when you're talking about an industry that's completely irrelevant to your day-to-day existence. But dude, I've been in a hospital, like I've seen people die, like literally in front of me. I've seen the what is that? I'll tell you, I don't know if anyone knows, but I'll tell you a story. Like, there was one time, and I'll be very quick about it, but there's this one time where this drunk guy kept coming to our ER, right? Like, literally every night, this guy would get drunk. He would come to the ER and he would get a CT machine. He would get a CT, and I was the one that did his scans all the time, all right? Every night, he'd come in drunk, super drunk. And literally this was like for months. And I remember sometimes I would take care of him last because I'm like, oh, he's just going to be another drunk, right? Whatever. It's not relevant. I'd take other patients. I'd take care of them first because, I just got frustrated with this guy. And I remember one day he just stopped showing up. And I was talking to one of the PAs and I was like, hey, Nina, what's going on? I haven't seen this guy in a while. Is everything okay? And he's like, oh yeah, he's upstairs in the ICU. And I'm like, oh man, finally, like drinking got to, finally things got to him, And she was like, what do you mean? Like, do you know the story of this guy? Do you know the background? And I said, no. Like, what was the deal? So it turns out he got into a car crash with his wife and kid, and he survived, and the wife and kid died, and he found out in our ER that happened, right? And he was going through all this thing. So he would get drunk every night, come back to the ER, hoping that he would wake up and his wife and kid were alive. And you know what he was? He was an organ donor. So he eventually died. And like karma's a really is a bitch because I was the same tech who was in the OR when they were basically harvesting his organs. So, when you have a organ harvest, basically they take pieces of you to all these different hospitals and whatever. All these teams come in and they take your liver and your kidneys and even your irises. And I remember I was the last person in that OR room with the anesthesiologist before they let him go. And I was like, do you think I could just talk to him for a second? Like, and the anesthesia, I was like, what do you mean he's gone, dude? And I was like, no. So I apologized to the guy. And I said, look, I'm sorry if I ever mistreated you or judged you wrongly, like in the last few years of your, last few months of your existence. And I told him, like, I'd never judge a patient ever again in a bad way, because I don't know the story that came before that. It's one of those things that sticks with you. And so when people say like things like about healthcare, dude, it becomes personal, and that's the part that that, like I said, it gets me. It gets me. And like I said, I definitely should have kept my composure, but it was one of those things that just, when people say things like that, it just, dude, it pushes a button, you know?
No, look, I mean, this is what I was saying early on when we were talking about it. It's like it's an emotional topic. It's obviously you've been in healthcare for so long, so as a result of that, your emotions run wild. It is just a question of when there's 8,000 other people listening. It's the tough reality of like, dude, I'm emotional on a lot of other topics, but 8,000 people might not care about my particular emotions, right?
Yeah.
And like
No,
that's the hard part, because then you have to actually put the audience over yourself and realize that your personal experience and how emotional it is can't get embedded into the analysis. Otherwise, the analysis ends up becoming emotional.
Yeah.
Right?
No, you're 100% right. No, you are 100% right in that regard. So it like I said, it's really hard to separate personal experience from your opinions, and especially when it comes to business. Like there are certain business use cases, and you know what, even from an investing standpoint, like me and Steve, we've spoken about this. Like, Steve said, look at this tobacco company, and I looked at the business, the fundamentals are great, but my morals just tell me I can't invest in it because you know what, I've seen tons of people come in with lung cancer.
Yeah.
And the thing is, I would never feel comfortable buying it. Yeah, I mean, from a business sense, but that's just who I am as a person.
Dude, with Meta, people freaking, I mean, there's so many people will never buy a share of that company, right?
Yeah. So it is one of those things that, eventually, like I said, I've got to become better at navigating and threading that needle. But I think one of the things I want to do with the channel is try to be in a position where we understand policy and how that impacts macro, and what are the longer term consequences of the action itself. Because the thing is, a lot of times people will come out and say X, Y, and Z to basically placate their political base, but they have no intention of actually living up to those things, because it just doesn't work.
Yeah.
And the thing is, there's alpha in figuring that kind of stuff out before the market does. So when Republicans come out and say we want to end Obamacare, but so many people are signing up in Republican districts for ACA, that those subsidies are going to get extended one way or the other, and that's not political.
Well, see, here's the thing, and this is this is why it's so important, because the fact that you have this background and the fact that you've been through all these emotional experiences, which influences how you can actually speak on a subject like this in an educational way. Everything you just said about Republicans will sign up to Obamacare, even though Republicans hate Obamacare. There are portions of the population that hear Obamacare and they just hate anything that you're going to say next because they hate Obamacare, because maybe they've been conditioned by whatever media they've been consuming to hate Obamacare. So the nuance of navigating that is really freaking hard. And that's where I think today you were trying to do it, which was very pragmatic. It's just sometimes it's tough when everyone thinks immediately, oh, wait a second, I know someone where illegal immigrants murdered my friend's sister, and now I hate illegal immigrants, but Chris wants to pay for their healthcare. Like, that's not a fair comparison, but it's all nuanced, and it's hard to articulate that nuance when you have two different perspectives that ultimately are debating a political topic.
Yeah. And like I said, sometimes emotions can run a little bit wild in it. But once again, if you take a pragmatic approach to investing, this is one of those things that you just have to deal with, and try to drown out the politics of it and just look at things from an investing standpoint. Like I said, with the UNH thing, I still remember when I brought up the topic, it was we got a lot of pushback because people were negatively impacted by health insurance companies and the denial of care that some of them have faced. And dude, I totally understand that. I'm in healthcare. I've seen it myself. But at the same time, I also know that there's a good side to the health insurance business where they do proactively try to increase access for certain things that in the past were never there was no access for. Like, here's an example. Like, I don't know if you know this, but UNH, one of the things that they noticed, their old CEO was like, oh, these private companies, these hearing aid companies, they would charge so much to their members. So UNH said, screw this. They bought a startup who does hearing aids, right? And said, we'll just sell the hearing aids directly to our consumers and spend way less money. Our consumers only spend a few dollars compared to what these other companies were charging. It saved their patients a lot of money, but no one will bring that part up. It's like, oh, UNH is that company that denies healthcare, not that, oh, that company that innovated healthcare, that hearing aid business, and now the hearing aids are much cheaper because this company came up with this new product.
Yeah.
And that was the other thing too. So yep, dude, a lot of these healthcare companies, they have like private VC arms that actually invest in a lot of robust technologies as well. You know, a lot of people don't know that. You know, and that's something that, like I said, I'm gonna try to, in my analysis in my channel, I'll try to bring that up and trying to stay apolitical, trying to bring value economically and understanding on what a business can be like and how it can benefit from policy moves, whether it be to the upside or the downside.
Well, give me the link whenever you make the channel. And we'll
I have to remember my password. I have to find my password because I have an old channel.
Oh yeah,
I stopped using it. But yeah, once it's done, I'll try to do. I'm trying to figure out the format that I think best would fit. Whether it's just do like a live stream or do like a 15-minute segment or just do like a long form video. Whatever the thing is, I'll figure it out. But like I said, I want to try to build a platform where I can be a little bit more open, and you know, probably do some Dave Chappelle clips too, because Matt won't let me do that because we keep getting demonetized.
What are we drinking tomorrow on Steve's stream?
I am doing a mojito. Like, I love mojitos.
But will you get drunk off that or no?
Yeah, bro. Mojitos, you can get drunk off of it.
Okay, because we got to get drunk tomorrow. But that's the whole point.
Have you ever had a mojito?
I don't know.
It's mint. It's like mint.
Probably not, because I hate mints. Or I hate like minty.
You hate mint?
Well, I like mint chocolate chip ice cream. I hate that stuff. But like, it's like you're eating Colgate with vanilla ice cream. Like, what are we talking about? Like, so I'm not a fan.
It's like, it's mint, lime juice, sugar water. I mean, what is that thing called? Some simple syrup and club soda. It's really good, man. You should try it. You'll like it. And lemon or lime. You know.
I am gonna buy some Jaeger tonight.
Yeah.
And we're gonna have a Jaeger night. We're gonna have a Jaeger night, baby. That's what we're doing.
Are you gonna do a Jaeger bomb, Red Bull, and
yeah?
Jaegers?
Why not? Why not? We'll do that.
All right, enjoy, and Guinness, enjoy.
Yeah.
All right, I look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow. Talking to you tomorrow.
Yeah, Chris, I appreciate you calling in, and the chat appreciates it as well. So thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Have a good one. Take care. Bye.
Later. All right. 4-hour streams back to back to back, baby. I feel like we might as well just keep it going, dude. Why not? Why not? It's only 7:50 Eastern. Some of you guys are probably international. It's 2 a.m., 3 a.m. Let's just stream to the Let's just stream to the Sunday Future show, bro. Let's just do that. Call Tanner. Doesn't Tanner stream on Tanner's? Hold on. Tanner's probably getting ready for a stream. Is he streaming today? Oh, he's streaming. Okay, I'll leave in 8 minutes, and then everyone go to Tanner. Tanner's gonna do his stream. All right. So we'll do 8 more minutes, and then we'll segue into Tanner. Theo says 10 a.m. Theo, I need to go to Aussie, bro. I need to go to see Australia. When I come through, hopefully we get to meet. I would love to. Let's talk Grab. I'm excited, bro. I bought a lot of Grab this week, bro. A lot of Grab. Buying more. Bought a lot more for my sister. Bought more for myself. I would buy more calls if they let me. If Robin didn't have this stupid 5,000 contract rule, I would buy so many more. Especially the 2028 ones. Like, but we got to see. That one still's got to play out. You know? At least we got out of the $4 or $5 range. But that one's really got to play out. So we got to see what it happens or how it happens. Ashes, bro, how you still alive? Dude, we went through a lot for the past 4 hours. Ask your sister what Grab does. Dude, I think she asked me the other day. And I was like, it's that super app in Singapore that I told you about. She's like, what? I was like, don't worry about it, bro. Don't worry about it. Just don't worry about it. Amid, I had 200 shares of Palantir. I bought at 21. I sold at 24 to pay for my pet medical bills. I missed out. Okay, that definitely sucks. I've been in that situation. I'm sure everyone in the chat's been in that situation. That is another reason I'm hesitant to get a pet. Like the taking care of the pet part is not easy. And dude, I really want a dog. Like I really would love a little dog. I just don't know if I could take care of it. Like in a way that it deserves to be taken care of. And I don't want to, get a dog and always be absent at that point. So yeah, I'm probably not going to get one, but I wish I could like babysit a dog for a weekend or something. Like, no, cats are not, guys, cats. We talked about being political and apolitical. And I've already said my opinion on this, but I know it's like hardcore for people, but I'm not a cat guy. I'm not going to say anything more than that, but I'm not a cat guy. I really don't get how people are cat people. Dogs, different. Dogs are beautiful. Dogs are man's best friend. Cats, bro, cats look like they will kill you. I get shivers when I see cats sometimes. Like, it looks like it'll legit kill you. Yeah, but hating on cats never goes well. So we have to make sure we see a bunch of you guys already have a ton of. Yes, cats are definitely less work, but still, bro, it's a little. I don't know. Whenever I see them, I just think this thing's gonna jump on me and kill me or something. Too many people get pets for themselves without thinking about the needs of the. Yeah, like, dude, I'm not gonna actually take care of it. I get an animal and not take care of it. I would feel like a horrible person. So I do want it, but not enough to the point where if I can't take care of it, then there might not be a point. Amit, if you were to start a YouTube channel again from the start, what would you do differently? Do you have tips? Look, I think in the finance content space, you've got to pick one stock that you kind of build a brand on. I really do believe this, and Arnie will tell you the same thing. Like, people will not care about your general market commentary unless you give them a reason to care. And to give them a reason to care, you have to be right about something. Now, it's very serendipitous with Palantir because although I was wrong about it for 2 years, and I was very young, right? Like, I'm not some investing guru or anything. I still am not, but like, you learn over time. But for people to even go on that journey with you, they need to be interested. And so Palantir was very special because everyone was wrong about it, but everyone felt it was something special. And that was the magic of how I think the Palantir community started and how ultimately I was able to build my brand. It's like, look, I'm not an amazing investor. I'm down 80% on this stock that I think is like the next big thing, but everyone else is down and everyone else really believes in it. So it was all like a community effort. So if I was starting out today, I would try to find, I gave this advice to someone back when SoFi was $9. I remember this on Twitter. He was like, bro, like, I really want to build my Twitter account. I was like, dude, what stock do you care about? He's like, SoFi. I was like, just talk about SoFi. Just talk about SoFi. Keep talking about SoFi. Like, either you're going to be dead wrong or you're going to be right, and people are actually going to want to care about your analysis. But you have to give people a reason to care, right? And, the best time to develop an audience is when people need confirmation bias, aka Palantir's at 6, but you're interesting enough to provide them, and not like just, oh yeah, Palantir is the greatest company in the world, because like that's not enough for people to stay. There needs to be an actual breakdown of the company. And given Palantir is such a complex company, there was so much stuff to break down, which led to all the interest in the content. And then Palantir took off, and then the channel took off, and then we got Robin as the second one. But you need to analyze every little detail. I think that's the hardest part about being a finance creator and just starting out. Whatever stock you pick, you have to analyze every detail to such an extent that it becomes undeniable that you are the expert authority on that name. And then after you put in all that work, you've actually got to be right about the stock, which is not easy. But Joseph Carlson did that with Netflix, bro. Like, most people really discovered him when Netflix went up, because he was one of the only people on social media saying Netflix is a buy at 100 or 150. And everyone was like, this guy's stupid, including myself. I was like, bro, Netflix, what are we talking about? Now it's 1,000. So that definitely changes stuff. Dude, we got a lot of cat lovers right here. I'm not a cat guy. I respect the cat lovers, but I'm not a cat guy. Ironically, I told you guys we had a cat for like a week, and then my mom returned it because my mom was actually scared of the cat. This was when I was in like 5th grade. Maybe that experience would have changed my opinion on cats, but I don't know. For some reason, it's always been a little weird to me. Okay. Is that it? Are we done? Oh no, we have 2 minutes until we go to Tanner. What stock is the first Substack? That is a surprise. That will be revealed when the article is out, but I am excited about it. There's just a lot of different companies people have in mind, so I know people are going to get annoyed because, like, I'll put out the name of the stock and then people will be like, oh, I want this stock. But it takes time to do a deep dive. Like it takes minimum of 2 weeks. So there's a lot of demand for new companies. And I'm going to try my best to try to get to the best names. It's not fix. Dude, Austin, you'd have to really pay me to sit through and deep dive HVACs, bro. I'm sorry. I need to be a little interested in freaking HVACs. Or I should say you couldn't pay me to do that. Because as cool as it is, I just I don't want it to just be Twitter, FinTwit, popular stuff. Like I don't want the Substack to be that. But I have to be kind of interested, bro. It's a little tough on some of those. Okay, there's Tanner's YouTube. We got a minute left. And I will end. You guys can go to Tanner. What do we spam in Tanner's chat? For those that go to Tanner's chat, what do we spam? Think of a term real quick. Who has a term? Who has a term that we can spam? I'll be there with you. It's got to be something funny, bro. We got to just raid the chat with a funny term. Tanner is a cat. Timeline Tanner. 51st state. Currently right now. Maybe we say CRN. Do we just do CRN? Let's just do CRN. Let's do CRN. That's easy. CRN, 3 letters. CRN. All right. So that is it for me. Thank you, everybody, for being here. We are going to raid Tanner's chat with CRN. He'll know what's happening. And it'll be fun. So there's the link right there. I'll put it again in the chat. I will see you guys Sunday night, 7:45 for the Future Show. We'll get ready for the second week of Q4. Again, thank you, everybody, for being here. From the bottom of my heart, the 1,292 people that stayed till the end of this, you guys are champs. And I absolutely love you guys so much. Mila, Julie, Tess, Aaliyah, even though you're part of the CIA, June, Spencer, Cactus Jack, our personal Bloomberg terminal right here, Retail Invests, Eddie, Uzi, all you guys, appreciate you so much. Austin, thank you all for being here. Love you guys. I'll see you in Tanner's chat. I'll see you Sunday, 7:45 p.m. Ray, Michelle, thank you guys. Appreciate it. Deneen, love you all. See you guys 7:45 Sunday. Bye, everyone. Have a good one.